Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to commence the opening ceremony of International Conference on Learning, Innovation, and Research in Basic Education, Iclirbe 2023. Before we start the conference, allow me to inform you that this is a hybrid conference. The conference will be conducted for 2 days. There will be 6 plenary sessions and 5 parallel ones, and there will be moderator in each session. For those joining online, allow me to read the rules. First, please turn on the camera and use the virtual background. Second, please mute the microphone unless you are going to use it. Third, do rename. For presenters, please write down as presenter _ room A, B, or C _ your name. And for participant, please rename as participant _ your name. You may ask questions by either typing in the chat box or raising your hand. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning to all of you. The Rector of Universitas Negeri Malang, Profesor Dr. Haryono MPD, the Director of Graduate School Universitas Negeri Malang, Profesor Dr. Adi Atmoko, MSI MPD, the Vice Director of Graduate School Universitas Negeri Malang, Profesor Dr. Yusuf Hanafi, SIG MPhil, the Study Program Coordinator of Basic Education, Profesor Dr. Toto Nusantara, MSI, the keynote speaker, Assistant Professor Dr. Ong Yong Siu from National Institute of Education, Singapore, Dr. Henry Praherdiono MPD from Universitas Negeri Malang, Indonesia, Siti Saina Mustaqim PhD from University Putra, Malaysia, Dr. Jill Chisman from Monash University, Australia, Professor Koh Yung Hun from Hankook University of Foreign Studies, Professor Dr. Adi Atmoko MSc MPD from Universitas Negeri Malang, Indonesia, presenters and participants. Welcome to the International Conference on Learning, Innovation, and Research in Basic Education, Iclirbe 2023. As one of numerous faculties in Universitas Negeri Malang, Graduate School is hosting the second International Conference on Learning, Innovation, and Research in Basic Education, Iclirbe 2023. This year's theme is 21st Century Education Transformation, Meeting Students' Needs in Global Society. I'm Shirley, your host of today's opening ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to read the agenda of today's opening ceremony. So the first one is singing Indonesian National Anthem and Mars UM. Second, report from the chairpersons of Iclirbe 2023. Third, opening remarks as well as official opening from the Rector of Universitas Negeri Malang. The fourth is welcome dance, Jaja Jaran Dawo dance, and the fifth is photo session. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, now we invite you all to sing the Indonesian National Anthem and Mars UM. Please stand up for Indonesian National Anthem and Mars UM.
Indonesia
Ladies and gentlemen, you may now back to your seat. Thank you. Next, we will listen to the reports from the chairpersons of Iclirbe 2023. Dr. Radeni Sukma Indra Dewi SSMPD, time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Rector Universitas Negeri Malang, Director of Sekolah Pasca Sarjana, Vice Director of Sekolah Pasca Sarjana, Coordinator of Study Program Basic Education, and all of the keynote speaker. Dear Iclirbe presenter and participants, it is a great pleasure for me to welcome you all to the second International Conference on Learning, Innovation, and Research 2023, hosted by Sekolah Pasca Sarjana, Universitas Negeri Malang. This conference attempts to provide an academic forum where both presenters and participants can upgrade and refine their knowledge and skills, as well as disseminate their insights, thoughts, and share their best practices relevant to the conference topic. The conference addressed key issues on 21st century education transformation, meeting student needs in the global society, which developed into 11 conference topics, namely literature and language, science and technology, mathematics, ICT learning, social studies, civic education, art education, learning assessment and evaluation techniques, implementation of the independent curriculum, Pancasila Student Profile Strengthening Project in Basic Education, and best practices based on the independent curriculum in Indonesia. This year's conference is made possible by the dedication and hard work of the committee members and the support from Sekolah Pasca Sarjana and Universitas Negeri Malang. There will be 57 presenters and 236 participants attending this conference. We are delighted to see many academics, researchers, practitioners, teachers, and students participating in this event. We strongly encourage all of you to take as much benefit as possible from this conference. Have a great conference day. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Radeni Sukma Indra Dewi SSMPD for the reports. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, Iclirbe 2023 is now going to be officially open. We invite the Rector of Universitas Negeri Malang to come to deliver the opening speech and to open the conference. Professor Dr. Haryono MPD, time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Organizing committee members of Iclirbe 2023, distinguished guests, plenary speaker, along with all the presenter and participant. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Universitas Negeri Malang, I am proud to virtually welcome everyone to the second International Conference on Learning, Innovation, and Research in Basic Education 2023. The conference is hosted by Sekolah Pasca Sarjana Universitas Negeri Malang. It is such an honor for us all to be able to welcome presenters and participants from many countries. The conference attempts to create a space where researchers and practitioners can exchange academic knowledge and create network among scholars with the same or similar interests. I would also like to warmly welcome two keynote speakers from Monash University, Australia, Dr. Jill Chessman from Universitas Negeri Malang, Professor Dr. Atiat Moko from University Putra Malaysia, Siti Salina Mustaqim, PhD, from Hankook University of Foreign Studies, Korea, Professor Dr. Koh Yang Yun, from Universitas Negeri Malang, Dr. Henry Praherdiono, MPD, and from Nanyang Technological University, Singapore, Associate Professor Ong Yan Siu. This year's conference is made possible by the dedication and hard work of the committee members and the support from Sekolah Pasca Sarjana and Universitas Negeri Malang. The hard work of everyone involved in this conference is one of the core strengths and adds tremendous value to the conference organization. I would like to thank all of them volunteering their time and energy in service to our community. Finally, I would like to thank all presenters for their willingness to share their research and ideas to all participants for their keen and active participation. Without your effort, this conference will not be possible. I hope that you will have an enjoyable conference and live with fond memory and the conference. I wish great success for this conference. Akhirul kalam, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Dr. Haryono, MPD. Dear audience, to welcome you all, now we will enjoy the Jejer Jaran Dawo dance. This is a traditional dance from Banyuwangi, East Java. This dance represents the feeling of gratefulness for what they have got. This dance is usually used as a welcoming dance. The moves and the energy makes this dance beautiful and graceful. Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy Jejer Jaran Dawo dance. give a big applause for the dancers and the team. Before we go to the plenary sessions, let's have photo sessions. So please, Bapak. Okay. So for those joining online, please turn on the camera. Untuk Bapak Ibu dosen, moderator monggo di depan semua. Kita akan berfoto bersama ya. Silakan berdiri, please stand up. Oke, yuk. Bu Intan, Bu Ainim, Bu Ratna, oke, please come forward, Pak Nanang. So for those joining online, please turn on the camera so that we can take the photos together. Oke, jadi kita di sini. Bagus nggak bunga? Mbaknya di ini.
Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. Dr. Xu received her PhD in Curriculum and Instruction at the Pennsylvania State University in 2018, and her MSc in Science Education with a distinction degree at the University of Bristol, United Kingdom in 2011. Prior to her master's degree, she earned her teaching certification via postgraduate diploma in education or PGDE in IE in 2004, and her BSc in physics first class honor at the National University of Singapore. Dr. Xu currently contributes to science and science education professional communities by serving on the NARST Research Committee as the Research Network Subcommittee's chairperson from 2011 to 2022, as well as contributing as a council member of the Singapore Association for the Advancements of Science, or SAAS, and the Institutes of Physics Singapore, IPS. She is also an associate editor of Pedagogies, an international journal. Dr. Xu's areas of expertise include scientific and epistemic practices, STEM education, as well as collaborative learning. For our first preliminary session, we will have 60 minutes, including 40 minutes presentation and 20 minutes question and answer. We would like to invite a presenter and participants. If you have any questions, you can put it in your chat box, in the Zoom chat box. You can type it, or we can also invite you to turn on your microphone later. Now, without further ado, let's give a warm welcome to Assistant Professor Dr. Ouyang Xu. Good morning, Dr. Xu.
Hi, thank you very much for that introduction. So let me prepare. Are you able to see my starting slide?
Yes.
Okay, very good. And is this volume okay for everyone? Should I increase the volume? Hi, everyone. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. And then I will begin my sharing, because I have a lot of things that I would like to share, but I want to keep the timing. So thank you very much once again to the organizers for inviting me to share at this conference. I'm really excited to be kickstarting off the sessions. And today I would like to share with you one of the current and ongoing research that my research team is working on, which is to develop a scientific practices survey instrument for lower secondary students. So after you hear my sharing today, we are also really keen to expand our collaborative network. So if you are interested to find out even more about this particular survey instrument, please feel free to write to me. You have my email address, which I include on every of my slide deck. So in case that you happen to want to get in touch, please feel free to write me an email. So without further ado, I am going to start my sharing. But before that, I would just like to acknowledge the Ministry of Education in Singapore that has partially funded the work that I'm presenting today. Something that's very interesting to let you know about the work that I'm sharing today is that prior to successfully getting funded, this project was actually supported by 3 different undergraduate students. And it's only currently in the current year that we managed to secure funding for the research that I'm going to present to you today. So what I'm sharing with you is actually based on work that we've done as a pilot study. And I think the key message I would like to share with all the researchers and budding researchers out there is if you have a research agenda that you're really excited about, please do not give up, persevere, keep working at it, and eventually it will get funded. All right, so the way I've structured my sharing today is I'm going to start with giving an overview of the problem definition, or why are we interested, or why we felt there was a need for us to develop such a survey instrument. Then I will talk a little bit more about the survey instrument itself, and what it tries to measure, which is actually students' performances on various scientific practices. And finally, I would like to share with you some of the pilot study findings, as well as some of the future work that is related around this particular survey instrument. So as mentioned, feel free to, if you are online, please feel free to type in questions in the chat box. Otherwise, if you are in person, also please feel free to ask questions at the end of my session. So I'm going to start with the problem definition. So some of you may know, but in case you are not familiar with the Singapore science education framework, I would like to just give a very, very short introduction. So fairly recently, in the last few years, Singapore Ministry of Education has introduced a new science education framework. And what this science education framework emphasizes is really on science for life and society. So there is a greater emphasis on the application of science for helping future citizens to really thrive in the VUCA world, and also to contribute towards society in a very meaningful way. So in order to achieve science for life and society, what was emphasized was to develop students' 21st century competencies through three aspects of that is highlighted in this framework. Namely, we continue to develop and strengthen the core ideas in science, which would be most familiar with conceptual understanding of the scientific concepts and ideas that often appears in most of the science curriculum framework all over different regions and different education systems in the world. Now, we also introduce what we call the practices of science, which some of you might be familiar with, especially if you have been in science education research. You would probably recognize that there has been what we call a science practices turn since the 1990s. And I would say that more recently with in the USA, with the introduction of the next generation science standards almost 10 years ago, many other I would say other nations as well as regions in the world have also started to adopt the idea of introducing scientific practices or practices of science into their science education. And thirdly, and also really very importantly, is to strengthen the development of students' values, ethics, and attitudes. So these are the three important aspects in the Singapore Science Education Framework that was recently introduced in 2021. So under the practices of science, there are actually three main aspects that is incorporated in our framework in Singapore. Firstly, we looked at the demonstrating ways of thinking and doing in science. These these WOTDs, as we call them, greatly resemble the next generation science standards, scientific and engineering practices. We also have understanding the nature of scientific knowledge on the right-hand side. And these are summarized into four main broad statements about the nature of scientific knowledge that we think students need to know in order for them to have a better understanding of how science works as a human enterprise. Thirdly, the third aspect of practices of science is really to relate science, technology, society, and the environment. This is not new, as this is something that has been making its appearance in the previous editions of the Singapore Science Education Framework. What is new, though, is actually emphasizing the skills and processes, and in fact, developing them more deeply into WOTDs, or ways of thinking and doing science, as well as the introduction of nature of scientific knowledge. Those two are the new aspects under practices of science. So again, for people who might be familiar with science education research, you might kind of recognize the way the WOTDs have been arranged into three columns that are labeled as investigating, evaluating and reasoning, as well as developing explanations as solutions, as relevant to the three spheres of scientific activity that Jonathan Osborne has talked about previously. And as I mentioned, WOTDs actually map really nicely onto the scientific and engineering practices in the next generation science standards in the US, while the connections to NOS as well as connections to engineering, technology, and applications of science are also present in the next generation science standards. So in the context of, in Singapore's science education framework, there's this introduction of practices of science. And as I mentioned, 3 aspects of practices of science. What our research team saw as really important is to strengthen students' understanding of ways of thinking and doing science. And therefore, this leads us to the problem statement that if teachers and schools are interested to find out how well students have grasped the scientific practices or the ways of thinking and doing in science, then there needs to be some valid and reliable method to evaluate the students' performances. When we look at the literature, we realize that existing pen and paper survey instruments do not comprehensively measure students' performances in scientific practices. And the reason is because most of these survey instruments target only specific practices, such as modeling or argumentation. They might focus on a subset of practices that are associated with science inquiry or investigation, or analyzing and interpreting data. Or they are a little bit too comprehensive in the sense that they look at scientific inquiry in general and would be insufficient to give us insights into students' performances in the practices associated with the different spheres of scientific activity, which we would like to do. So in other words, currently what we notice is that what is available is either too specialized or too generalized. So you're trying to find a sweet spot where we get a good instrument that allows us to measure students' practices in a way that is that gives us some specificity, so that we know which would be the targeted practices that we could improve students upon should there be a need for improvement. Therefore, we needed to develop a more comprehensive scientific practices survey instrument that would meet our needs. So even though we would say that we have kind of customized our survey instrument to the needs in the context of the Singapore science education system, we do believe that because many other educational systems in the world are also embracing scientific practices, we do believe that the survey instrument would be also likely helpful for science education researchers as well as science educators in other regions who are also trying to improve students' performances on the various scientific practices. So let me elaborate a little bit more about the scientific practices as well as the 3 spheres of scientific activity which have informed the items in our survey instrument. So many of us might be familiar with the asking questions, planning and carrying out investigations, as well as analyzing and interpreting data, which are all practices associated with the sphere of investigating. Typically, science involves making observations about the natural world in order to help explain these observations in using scientific concepts as well as models. So practices in the investigating sphere are very important to help inform how we explain these various observations. And therefore, practices associated with the explaining sphere of scientific activity typically involve developing and using scientific models, as well as constructing scientific explanations to account for the kinds of phenomenon, the relationships, or the trends that we observe when we carry out investigations. However, the correspondence between investigating and explaining is not direct. What it means is that when we try to construct a scientific explanation for trends or relationships or patterns that we observe, there is often the need for us to take note of the evidence that we have from the investigation data. And therefore, practices associated with the evaluating sphere are very important. These include arguing from evidence, as well as obtaining, evaluating, and communicating the information in order for us to decide what is the best or the most scientifically sound explanation for the phenomenon that we observe. So to to summarize, these would be the various scientific practices under each of these spheres of scientific activity. And the items in red, or the practices that are highlighted in red, are the ones that we have targeted in our survey instrument. I would also like to take note, especially for scholars who are familiar with the next generation science standards, that although the next generation science standards also include using mathematics and computational thinking, this particular practice, which is associated with the explaining and evaluating sphere, is not included in the Singapore's ways of thinking and doing in science. And therefore, we did not include items that look into this practice within our instrument. So now that you have a slightly better idea of where we're coming from, I'm going to go into greater detail about the survey instrument construction itself. So the survey instrument that I will be presenting today, it comprises 3 broad questions. Each of these questions have smaller parts, and so together there are 12 items that are open-ended in nature. What it means is that students have to write their own answers to each of these 12 items. All of these items focus on the scientific practices, and therefore they are lean on the science content knowledge. What it means is that when we write the items, we try our best to ensure that lower secondary students around the age of 13 or 14 will be able to answer these questions with minimum science content knowledge. In other words, based on the science content knowledge they already have, they should be able to answer these questions, which focus more on the ways they think and do science. We then cluster the items according to the 3 spheres of scientific activity that I've just briefly introduced. And although our initial version was a paper format, we found that the electronic format was more popular with schools because schools feel that it is easier to administer and give students this survey instrument, which we actually allow students to complete at home on their own at their own pace. So we also have an electronic format of these survey instruments. So here is an overall mapping of the survey items. So this map is just to show you that we have tried to be comprehensive in terms of assigning the number of items to the various practices within the spheres of scientific activity. So take note that there are only 2 items under the evaluating sphere, and this is because there are fewer practices that are associated with this particular sphere of scientific activity. So here, in the interest of time, I will not be able to show you the full survey instrument, but let me show you a sample of the survey items so that you get a sense of what I mean when we say that we're trying to target students' scientific practice. So on the left is the start of the first question, which is about pond skaters. So the question reads, Janice, which is just a person, sees some pond skaters in the school garden. She thinks that since a pond skater spreads its legs wide across the water, as shown in the figure, this lets the pond skater spread its weight. Thus, each leg has less pressure on the water and it does not break through the water surface. This allows pond skaters to float on the water surface. Janice wanted to investigate if spreading weight over a larger area helps things to float. She came up with the following hypothesis. Objects with a larger surface area will float more often than objects of the same mass with a smaller surface area. On the right-hand side, you see a continuation of the prompt of the question. Janice then modeled pond skaters using wires. She cut 10 pieces of wire of different lengths from the same coil of wire. The pieces of wire are shown in the figure below. So in other words, Janice actually produced 10 circles, and there are 2 circles of the same size for each of the length of the wire. For each of the surface area, for each of the area of the circle as shown in the figure. So this question is actually not a question that we came up with completely on our own. This was actually adapted from a reported kind of science investigation work that is suitable for secondary students. So finally, we actually next show to the students a set of data that Janice had collected, as shown in the top box. So here Janice, actually after making the circles, she placed the circles in a tray of water and observed whether the circles float or sink. And in the question stem, we present the data as shown. So finally, we come to the first question for the students, question 1A, part 1. How many more times should Janice repeat her investigation with more circles of each area? Students are able to select from 4 of the options. So they can choose either there is no need to repeat the investigation, which is option A. There is only a need to repeat once more, so there will be 3 sets of data for the same circle. So what it means is that there will be circle 1, circle 2, and circle 3 of the same area. Option C, you should repeat as many times as possible, or option D, none of the above. And students' choice of option is not as important as how they explain their choice, which is in part 2 of that question. Another question that we also gave to the student is question 1B, which is associated with the evaluating sphere. So students are asked, based on the data, David, which is another student, thinks that Janice should agree with her hypothesis. Do you agree or disagree with David, and why? And then students were also supposed to answer, why do they think someone might disagree with their answer? So these 2 items are marked together, and they tell us how the students are performing in the evaluating sphere practices. Thirdly, question 1C is a question related to the explaining sphere. A wire circle is not a very good model of a pond skater because it does not accurately represent how they float on water. Suggest what Janice can do to make a better model of a pond skater floating on water. So because this item probes whether students understand what are the important or essential features to look out for in a model, so this is related to the practice of modeling and constructing models, and therefore it also belongs to the sphere of explaining in the scientific activity. So having looked at some examples of items in our survey instrument, I will now show you a sample of how we actually evaluated or graded students' responses. So here is an example of a rubric that we have written for the first question. If you recall, the first question was, so Janice actually carried out this experiment or investigation using circles of different sizes to model pond skaters. And there was a set of data presented to the students, and students were asked how many times should they repeat the investigation. So we actually wrote a rubric for every single item. So this is actually a lot of work, but it is necessary because we needed to find out how well the students were performing on each of these items. So all of our rubrics have a four level scale. So the highest level would be extending, then followed by proficient, developing, and then emerging. So very briefly, at the extending level for such an item, we are looking at whether the student's response describes how the justification would improve reliability of the investigation results, and such responses make reference to the data that's given to them in order to justify the need for repeat. Also, we expect students will be able to mention what counts as sufficient to stop the repeat. So as you can see, a sample of the student's response that is considered to be at the extending level is the one that is indicated on the right-hand side column. I've also color-coded parts of the student's response that correspond to each of the requirements under the extending level. And so on and so forth. For each of the other levels that are lower than extending, there is some aspect of the criteria that is missing from the responses. Okay, I will now move on to show you perhaps a more exciting part, some of the findings that we have from our pilot study. As I mentioned, this was pilot study that was done before we had fundings. And so we were very limited by the extent of work that we could do, because much of the work, much of the analysis was actually contributed by our undergraduate research students. And so we were only able to complete data collection from one of the schools. And we only had 82 students who responded to this particular version of the survey. So a little bit of the context of the survey, where it was conducted. It was conducted in one high-performing school in Singapore, and there were 82 students who completed this survey. Students typically take between 45 to 60 minutes to complete each survey, because as I mentioned, even though there are only 12 items, so 12 questions for students to answer, they have to write their own response. So it takes some time for the students to write. Also, these questions are not typical of the kinds of practice questions that students have for science homework or for science exams. We allow students to complete the survey on their own at home because we are very confident at that time. There was no ChatGPT, so we were very confident students would not be able to look out for the correct answer on their own because the answers do not already exist on the internet. So in terms of the validity and the reliability of the survey instrument, in terms of validity, we considered phase validity and construct validity. Phase validity refers to whether just by looking at the items, do the items attempt to measure what it claims to measure. And because the survey instrument was developed by a group of researchers who are very familiar with scientific practices, we argue that there is phase validity as well as construct validity. So in other words, when we look at the items, we would generally agree that they are trying to measure students' performances on various scientific practices. And we further state that the construct validity is present because, as I had previously shown, we were able to map each of the item to a particular practice associated to each of the spheres of scientific activity which we were interested in. So in a way, there is some validity in what we are measuring, or rather that what we are measuring is indeed what we claim we want to measure. In terms of reliability, we looked for inter-rater reliability. And what it means is that when we looked at the students' responses, we got two researchers to independently code 20 of the responses on their own, and then we compare and contrast the codes, or rather the level of performance that was given to each of the responses. And amongst the 12 items, we are pleased to say that 9 of the items demonstrated strong or almost perfect kind of reliability. So what it means is that these items had very high agreement amongst the two coders, and only 3 of the items had moderate agreement, which is already very good. And so for any of the differences, what we did was we discussed as a research team, and then we used a set of agreed codes to finally decide the performance that was demonstrated by the students. So here is just an overview for the students' performance for the first question, which I had shared with you earlier in my presentation. So what you will notice, or what I would like to highlight, is that in terms of the items associated with investigating sphere, most of the students were at the developing level. So 68.3% of them were at the developing level. For the items that are associated with the evaluating sphere, most of the students were at the developing or emerging level. So this is an area of concern. What it means is that at least within the first question, we saw the students were not as good as in evaluating. And in fact, their performance is really concerning because there were no students who were at the extending level. Likewise, in the explaining sphere, so items associated with the explaining sphere, most of the students were again at the developing level, but in this case, at least there was one student who was at the extending level. So what it means is that for item that is associated with the investigating and the explaining sphere, we had at least one student who was doing exceedingly well, even though most of the other students were at the developing level. So here is an overview of how the students perform in general for all of the items within the survey instrument. The item itself will not make a lot of sense to you. So, there is because you have not seen the individual questions, but what I would like to just demonstrate, right, is that there is a range of performance across the different items, even though the items were measuring the same kind of practices within the sphere of scientific activity. So across all the 5 items associated with investigating sphere practices, what you notice is that some items students did very well, so you get a thumbs up. Some items students did really poorly, which is a thumbs down. So there is a mix of performance for items in the investigating sphere. Now, there are only 2 items in the evaluating sphere, if you recall, and the students did not do well on both of these items. And therefore, there is more evidence to suggest that students really need more practices, or then we need to have more instruction that is associated with improving their performance on evaluating practices. Finally, items associated with the explaining sphere. Again, there are 5 items. And again, we see that there is a mix of performance. What is very interesting is that there is one item, question 3B1, where the students perform exceptionally well. So how do you know that? You see the bar chart, where the bar that is blue in color, that is at the extending level. So this is a very exceptional question where most of the students actually did really well on this item. And this is not surprising because this is an item that requires students to interpret a food web. And we think that students did very well because this item would be closer to the kind of practice questions they have in science homework and science practice, science work in school, because students have learned about the food web and food chain since primary school. So by the time they are in lower secondary, they are also very familiar with this item, and therefore we think students were able to perform very well on this item. However, for the other items where students might, for example, need to explain what might be a limitation of a representation using food web, students are not performing as well, even though it's still on the idea of food web. And here is a more complicated way to represent some other analysis that we have done. So the maps are probably the images on the right hand side, the 3 images on the right hand side are what we call right maps, and they are probably too small for you to really read the value, and my intention is not for you to read the value. What you should actually take note of is where I've highlighted the red square and the blue square. So the way we read a right map, which comes from analysis that's called RASH analysis. So some of you might be familiar with this. If you're not familiar, not to worry. What RASH analysis tries to do is that it, in terms of the right map, especially that I've shown here, is that it tries to compare the difficulty level of your items versus the performance of students. So on the left side of each map is actually how the students perform. So the higher performing students or students of higher ability would be ranked at the top of the map, and then students with lower ability on this instrument will be on the bottom part of the map. On the right side of the map, the more difficult items are labeled on the top, and then the easier items are labeled at the bottom. So the red square marks out what is the mean difficulty of items, and the blue square marks out what is the mean ability of the students. So what it means is that ideally you want an instrument where the red square and the blue square are almost on the same horizontal level. Then what it means is that the ability of the student matches the difficulty of the items. If the red square is above the blue square, what it means is that the items generally are more difficult for the ability of the students, which means, and sometimes teachers like to do that. They like to set very difficult questions. So the higher above the red squares are compared to the blue square, that's not so good, because it means that the items are much more difficult for the students. And therefore, what you will conclude from the right maps that I've shown on this slide is that items that are in the evaluating sphere and items in the explaining sphere that are represented by the icons respectively, those have the rate square, which is the difficulty, mean difficulty of items, very far above the mean ability of the students. So items on the evaluating and explaining sphere are too difficult for the student. Items on the explaining sphere are actually around the same ability than the students because they are close by. And I'm referring to the diagram on the far right. So you see that the blue square and the red square are close. So items on the explaining sphere are around the difficulty of the students or the ability of the students. However, items on the investigating and the explaining, evaluating sphere are further apart. You see the red square higher above the blue square. So it means that the items for these two spheres of practices are too difficult for the students. However, it doesn't necessarily mean that the items are indeed very, very challenging for the students. Sometimes this could happen because of the sample of the students that we have. So for example, if you see that happening on your survey instrument, but your students are average performing or low or generally lower performing amongst all of the student population, then you might need to sample with students that are more average. In our case, it is problematic because our students are already very high ability. So it does mean that no, the items are indeed more difficult for students, and if we were to test this with students who are more average in performance, we expect that the students will be performing even at a lower level than what we have in our pilot study. But what we did notice is that from other measurements, the items actually are productive for measurement. So what it means is that generally speaking, more difficult items were also harder to answer, and then easier items were also easier to answer, which is what we want when we look at difficulty of items. Okay, so I know that I have a very limited time left, so I'm just going to summarize a little bit more about what are the kind of future work that we are planning to look at. So we are actually modifying some of the items. So as I mentioned, I am reporting work in progress, which is very excited for us because as I mentioned, if you are interested in looking into the usage of this particular survey instrument, we are really happy to hear from you as well. And if you are interested to just understand the process that we have gone through in trying to refine and improve this survey instrument, please feel free to write to us as well. And as well as moving forward, our goal is really to be able to recruit more schools to participate in this study. And unfortunately, because we are coming to the close of the school year in Singapore right now, so I think we are looking at collecting more data beginning of the school year in next year. And so hopefully, maybe, in the next round of the conference, if you are interested to invite me again, then I could actually share with you some of the findings that we have from a larger sample size of students. I think that I would like to end off with some kind of implications for science educators. For the science educators amongst us, I think that what our pilot study survey results show is that students generally do not perform so well on items on the associated with evaluating and explaining spheres of the scientific activity. And therefore, there is a need for us to actually consider how can we try to include some of the instruction or instructional activities that can help students to perhaps learn to argue from evidence, as well as to develop and use models and to construct scientific explanations that ties in with data that's given to them or data that they have collected from investigating work. Now, I have also prepared some strategies for what we could do, but I think in the interest of time, I'm not going to go through them. But if you are interested to know more about some of these strategies, please feel free to write to me as well, so that I can, give you more ideas about what are some of the simple strategies that we can do to improve the students' practices in evaluating sphere. Finally, I want to just put in an advertisement. We will be holding an international science education conference in Singapore by NIE next year. So if you would like to have more opportunities to present or to share and listen to other researchers as well in science, please feel free to join us. The conference abstract submission is now open. So if you are interested, I'll be really happy to see some of you, or if not all of you, in Singapore next year. And with that, thank you very much. I would like to now leave some time for any questions or comments from the audience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Xu. What a wonderful presentation. Dr. Xu, we have several questions addressed to via Zoom, as well as via personal message sent to me. So I will read one of the questions addressed via Zoom chat. So my name is Yul Ifda from Universitas Negeri Medan. Thank you very much, Dr. Xu, for your research. I'm very interested to know deeply. There is assessment as learning in class now. I think that your instrument can be an assessment as learning. The question is that how to direct students to make the correct model in carrying out the explanation stage. Thanks a lot. Maybe because the participant noting that between those three parameters, investigating, evaluating, and explanation, having like a lower score other than others. Yeah. Do you have any opinion on that?
Thank you very much for this question. There is actually a lot to unpack about this question. And so I will try to interpret the question to the best of my ability. But if my interpretation is different from your intended question, please feel free to ask a follow-up question. So I think what you are thinking about is, okay, so how do we have students move towards the more scientifically accurate model, right, when they are trying to construct explanations. So I think that depending, or rather, I would like to clarify that when we talk about constructing explanations, what we are interested in is not just students giving any kind of science answers that are typical in a science classroom. So what I mean by that is that, for example, right, in Singapore, a lot of the science exam questions might ask students a question like compare and contrast the process of boiling and evaporation. That question is an explanation question, but it is independent, or it does not require students to refer to any empirical data or any data that's given to them from investigation. So those kinds of explanations are purely conceptual in nature, and the students draw upon their previous knowledge to answer. So those are also scientific explanations, but they are not of great interest to us, especially not in the survey instrument. What we try to achieve or look at in the survey instrument are explanations that the students need to construct in light of or in view of the data or the observations that are also given to them, or in view of data that could have been collected from an investigation. So the explanation needs to refer back to observations, measurements, or outcomes and findings from the observations made through investigation. Okay, so that is something to clarify. And therefore, when we try to, let's say, improve students' performances, so when we say we are trying to improve students' performances on explaining items in our survey instrument, one of the things that's really important that we notice is that we need to help students to realize they need to explain by taking note of the kind of data or observations that are given in the question stem. Very often students do not, because they will just try to answer the question based on what they recall or think the answer is, and they do not make reference to the observation that is reported or the data that is given. So definitely that is one area that they need to work on. So I hope that I have answered your question, or that I've interpreted your question accurately. But if you are thinking of something else, please feel free to type in a follow-up question.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Xu. We would like to also open the floor for any questions from participants in the building. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have any question, please raise your hands. and a microphone will be passed to you all. Any questions? Yes, there is one question from the offline participation. Just
Okay, thank you for the change. And let me introduce myself. My name is Firda Nursitasari Amalia. I'm the postgrad student of primary school. So my question is, already mentioned before, there are 4 levels of understanding students. There are extending, proficiency, developing, and also emerging. And if there is any student in emerging or developing level, how is the best strategy to at least enhance their level up than before, or more, or can we more enhance their level until extending level? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. So one thing that I would like to also clarify is that the different levels of performance of the students is tied to the very specific item or the question in our survey instrument. So it doesn't necessarily mean that just because the student is at the emerging or the lowest level on one particular item, let's say in the evaluating sphere, it doesn't mean that the student is weak generally in evaluating practices, because we do not have enough data to make that claim. All we can claim is that at when this kind of evaluating related questions are asked, the students are not performing very well. What we do hope to be able to do and is to actually map the levels that we have in the in our 4 levels of performance to what we call a learning progression for the students, or for students in general for particular scientific practices. So a learning progression would be something that is describing at students might be at this lower level first. So meaning when we are looking at how well students evaluate or how well they are at constructing arguments, then they may start at a certain lower level. So perhaps students may be able to make a certain claim, or they may be able to identify a problem with an argument, but they may not be able to provide a counter argument in a scientific way. Then that would be at the lower level. And then but then what, based on what the students know, we can then move them towards the next level, so on and so forth, to the highest level that we want. So that kind of work is possible, but it'll take a lot more range of items that describe performances, or what we expect in terms of performances in terms of evaluating practices. So unless we have that information, we are not able to make very broad conclusions about students' performances in these spheres in a general sense. So coming back to then the survey instrument, what we can see is that based on the students' responses, we will be able to identify what are the problematic areas in terms of, for example, when students are evaluating or trying to demonstrate evaluating practices, what are the areas that they are lacking. So as an example, in my previous response, so very often, just like when students are trying to explain something, sometimes when they are evaluating the or trying to evaluate the data, they may not refer to the data explicitly, and that is problematic, because when they are evaluating, they should always make reference to the data. Sometimes when students are evaluating, although they refer to the data, they assume that just because they have the data, there is no need to further explain. So they'll make statements like, okay, we can see that as the number of circles increase, they also float more, but there is very little relation between certain what they see, what they are saying, and making a more reference right to the data that is presented, or trying to make a connection between the claim that they are making, as well as the data that they are presenting. So reasoning might be an area that students are lacking. And these are not new kind of problems that we see. These are also problems that other researchers who have been looking at argumentation have observed, for example. So what it means is that using our survey instrument, we are able to identify the areas where students need improvement that are also reported by other researchers. So further confirming that these are indeed areas that the students need support in. And so in a very pragmatic way. So for example, for primary school students, when many researchers will say that if you, for example, if you want to support students to do better in constructing arguments, one way is that you could actually present some data for the students to select from in order to construct their argument. So instead of having students collect their own data and then construct the argument, which may take a lot of time, you can just present students with a set of data like what we did, and then have them argue for what is the trend and that they see. Do they see a certain pattern? Does the pattern agree with the hypothesis? But what you will need to do is that when students are responding, make sure that they actually make reference or refer to the data that is presented. And then in terms of reasoning, for primary students, what we also recommend is sometimes the teacher can provide different reasonings or parts of a reasoning to help the students piece them together. So you could have those fill in the blanks kind of reasoning. So there are certain key logical steps that may be missing that the students need to fill in. Another very effective strategy is that instead of having students construct or write their own argument, this can be more difficult because the students do not know where to start. You can actually have them to evaluate argument. So one item that was not in our survey, but we actually also tested it out for previous versions, is that we actually constructed a scientific explanation that is not very good. So we put it out for the students and we asked the students, can you write a better explanation? And what this item would be able to do is to determine whether students are able to construct a better explanation without the students having to write the explanation on their own. So likewise, if you want students to be able to construct an argument, you could also present an argument that has errors or is problematic, and then see whether students can identify what are the errors or problems with the argument that's constructed. I find that sometimes I will make it competitive and I will say that this is an argument or this is an answer that a student from a different class gave me. So what do you think about this answer? Do you think this is a good answer? Why or why not? And then this strategy I find is often very useful, especially to help students to start to notice what is problematic with a given answer or a given response. And then it helps, once the students can grasp this, they will be able to help evaluate their own response, which actually also goes back to, I think, the post right in the chat, in the Zoom chat, where you think about assessment as learning. You want the students to be able to eventually evaluate and assess their own responses and then learn from that process.
All right, Dr. Ong, our time is limited. Unfortunately, that was the last questions for our first preliminary speaker. Thank you very much. Great questions, everyone. And thank you, Dr. Xu, for addressing these two questions. Ladies and gentlemen, we really appreciate your active participation, as well as we look forward for the continued exchange of ideas during this conference. So we have reached the conclusions of the first preliminary talk in this two-day conference, Iclirbe 2023. So Dr. Xu has started the conference by presenting her latest project on developing more comprehensive scientific practices survey instruments, which is really new and like advanced developed versions compared to the previous pen and paper version. I see that this project really has a huge potential for the future advancement in educational research and policy in Singapore. And I can imagine that such project has never been done in Indonesia. So it really initiates a new field of interest for our researchers in Indonesia. So before we transition to our next segment, the second preliminary speaker, I would like to take a moment to express our gratitude, our sincere appreciations to Dr. Xu for her outstanding contributions in today's conference. Dr. Xu, on behalf of Universitas Negeri Malang, we would like to present you with this certificate as a token of our appreciation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Xu. Ladies and gentlemen, now as we move to the second session, the next segment, we will have our second plenary speakers of Iclirbe 2023, which will be delivered by Dr. Henry Praherdiono. The session will be moderated by Dr. Diah Worowirastri Ekowati. Dr. Ekowati, over to you.
I'm not endorsed with software. No, just present. All right. Now, can help me please? Google Chrome application. Right? Oh, sudah. Oh, just a moment. All right. Wait. Okay. Like that. Okay. This application began my introducing about one kind of application from 1,000 or maybe 1,100 application, right? And now, google.com. Okay, google.com. Okay? Okay. Right. Look where? Ini apa itu? Ini ya? Oke. Oke. One, automatic text summarize. Automatic text summarize. Yeah, okay. Search Google or type on URL, you type is automatic text summaries. Right, type. Okay. Okay. Sip. Automatic text summarize. Yes, okay. Enter. This is a lot of software from the automatic text summary atau ETS, but I have choose one, Resummer, because it's up. Resummer, click. Resummer, okay. Yes. Just a moment, eh? And a new tab, click new tab, okay. Yes, okay. New tab, okay. Okay, click Edutopia. Okay. Okay, click. Yes. Edutopia is a website from a teacher, curhatnya istilahnya, media, social media from a teacher. Look, scroll. Okay. Choice, okay, close. Okay, close. I just one picture book that's combine maths with social emotional learning. Okay, you scroll. Information with ETS, Resummer. I want to simple information with ETS. You copy URL edutopia.org, copy. Yes, copy. Okay, copy. Next to tap Resummer, okay, paste in here. Oh. Okay, and Resummer, right? And Resummer. Click. Okay. The application can process with AI, not a manual. Use NLP, neural language processing. Okay, assisted in hand, click to the assisted. Okay, click. Okay. Now, automatic. All right. Now, yes, the software will be resound until 53%. Right? Very simple. Now, thanks. Apa? Scroll here. Okay, scroll here. Scroll. Nice. This is a feature from the software. Can ke assistant share, paraphrasing. It's very good. Paraphrasing, rewrite, translate, PDF, document, or copy. I want to translate. Click translate. All right. Translate. Okay. I'll make translate in bahasa. I think are very helping to students with reading information, a lot of information thanks to simple information. Pilih bahasa, alright? Indonesia. Okay. Alright. Scroll here. Is to Indonesian language atau bahasa. Okay. Scroll. Document. If the click of document, the software can be bring to right to the software Microsoft Word. Right? If here to bring the name, your name is your name. This is finish the assignment. Assignment to summarize text. It's simple. This is EI. This is EI. Automatic text summaries. A kind of EA, like that new tab. I have a two example from EA like that. Gravity right. All right. Gravity right. Gravity right. I'm sorry, but use your account, yeah. Gravity right. This one. Gravity right. Right. Menulis gravity right. W. Right. Can enter. Right. Now, gravity right as top AI writer. Top AI writer, content generator, and assistant. Okay, once click. Okay. Right. Start for free. Start for free. Okay. This ones, I'm sorry, ini don't di-endorse ya. Saya enggak di-endorse oleh software ini ya. I just some experience with EA software, right? Sign up with Google, your account, yes. Your account, please. Okay, click. Okay. Okay. This account can build content, but content not conventional, but it's automatic content like GPT, but is very experienced. Like that. I'm sorry, this is just a moment to writing this process now. Right. This is application to building some information like book chapter, like e-commerce, like website or social media, but it's automatic content, building content. The name is Gravity Right. All right. In just a moment. Okay. I'm apologies with. Okay. Plus new tab with writing from here. Okay. Why of the application ini before the theory of application is industry, the type industry 5.0 industry. Okay, industry 5.0. Okay, enter. Okay, right. Right. Use image, click image. Okay, image, click. Okay. And the first is industry 5 funer text. You click right. Left, yeah, left. Industry, yes, all right. Click. Okay. In industry 5.0, scroll. Okay, scroll. EA is human intelligence dan with artificial intelligence bridging. Now, the fifth industry revolution or industry 5.0 will be focused to cooperation between man and machine. Not a EA, just a EA, but a bridging human intelligence with artificial intelligence, like Gravity dashboard. Okay, click to Gravity dashboard, right? Tap Gravity right dashboard. Okay, now why how to bridging human intelligence with artificial intelligence? Okay, click block tools. Okay, click block tools, right? Okay, block a topic ideas. Click. Okay. If you confused about something, maybe apa ya? Kira-kira tentang apa? Keyword. Mathematic. Okay, mathematic. Click mathematic in enter your keyword. Mathematic. Okay. More setting. Because in international conference it's English ya, with English, not bahasa ya. Okay, English alone. Create content. Okay, create content. A software can write about a content about mathematics. You choose about this. You have a choose. Number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Number 10. Okay. Set. Wait a moment. It's you right. Okay. Number 9. Okay. Okay. Number 9. Okay. Copy number 9. Right. And to block content you click. Okay. Okay. I'm sorry. Not a block content. Block outline. I'm sorry. Block outline. I'm sorry. Number 2. Number 2 is block outline. Okay. The EA will be make outline about this. Click and paste, right? Click and paste. Okay. Create content about in English, yeah, right? Okay. Now, you will have an outline about your ideas automatically. 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 It's so nice, yeah. All right. Nice. Nice activity, yes, with AI.
This AI.
Yes, easy. Nice
Okay.
activity. Nice activity, right? I want to make a content, building content, one chapter aja. One up. Okay, just one chapter. Scroll up. In chapter 3, gamification, transforming mathematical learning, blah, 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 until C, benefit gamified math, your copy. Just chapter 3, until C, benefit of S, copy, right? Copy, okay? Then you block content. And then you block content. Number 3, right? Yes, number 3. As you copy and 2, number 2, enter your block outline here. You paste in here, okay? In front is, okay, top, scroll top, okay? Scroll top in number 2. Yang enter your scroll top atas terus ya. In 3 gamification mathematical learning, your cut and change to one item. Now chapter 3 gamification, okay. Yes, cut, okay, cut. Okay, see you later. Okay. Okay. Create content. Okay, E, B, C, 3. Okay, create content. The application make a content about chapter 3. Automatic. What about this? Yes. Just a minute. Just a minute, like that. Therefore, a nice activity from the building knowledge about one keyword. From one keyword, that's nice. One keyword. Nice. The next, chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3. This is right. This is a gravity right. This is EA, one kind of EA from application, from 100 maybe, 100 application the same. 100. This is a free application. Yeah, it's amazing, no? Amazing. Okay. Therefore, the AA until here can to help human with the easy application is a night maybe next time is very easy, better easy, right? Now I want have one question. EA to bring teacher go to hell or go to heaven? Because something like that. It was like that. I don't know. Teacher go to hell or to go to heaven. This is something. This is a application. But a more application EA with please new tab, yeah. Please new tab. Survey. I have a survey about top tools AI, top tools software. please click a new tab. Please click new tab. Okay. Right. Top tools for learning. Top tools for learning. Tools, ya itu for pakai number ya, use number. Top tool for learning. Okay, click. Just yes, top tool 100. 100 tools for learning in 2023. Yes, click. Yes. Yes, this is have a software can be applied to your class or your assignment. Okay, right? Oh, scroll. I have a 100, but it's two. It's two. Moodle, Udemy, Quizlet, Google Chrome, Adobe Voice. Very. This is a software to help you make like assignment or like presentation or like everywhere. Are you okay? Eh? More. 100 software. 100 software because it's one software one day is a lot of 100 day. I have a training 100 day. Right? This is EI. Okay, this is EI. Now, like that. Any comment? Yeah, like that. Any comment? Okay. Welcome to EA or welcome to jungle ya. Welcome to EA. EA aja ya. Nggak jangan jungle ya. Okay. Welcome to the EA. EA is very nice. So very nice. Like that. This is good. Okay. Maybe finally, is EA must be bridging with human intelligence. Just a EA, but bridging artificial intelligence with human intelligence, because it is very dangerous with EA, just EA. Very dangerous, because like that, automatically, very automatically, not human. Wow, dangerous. Yes, fastest. Very. I have a jargon SSW. Set with. Yeah, fastest. Set with. From EI. Okay, everybody. This one from EI. Thank you.
Okay. Very wonderful session, I think. AA go to hell or go to heaven, but I think AA make heaven is real in the world. Okay, applause for Mr. Henry Praherdiono. Okay, I'm speechless with your presentation, and I think it's not your presentation, but it is an amazing session, gitu ya. Okay, thank you, Mr. Henry Praherdiono, for your presentation. We are moving to the discussion session. I will invite you here in this venue to ask directly to our speakers. And everyone, if you want to ask our speaker directly, you must raise hand. Mention your name, mention your department, mention your affiliation. Okay. Any question? Everybody in this venue, you can. Any question? I think all of you is speechless with your AI. Okay. In the Zoom, any question for Mr. Henry? No? Okay. Yeah, try. You must try and try. Make your AA is wonderful for your future. I think it is dangerous, but but we
Yes,
can.
yes, yes. I need a teaching for you.
Okay. Yes, yes,
What
yes,
you
yes. Okay, Mr. Henry, you can give some opinion about we can the bridge
Okay.
about human and AI.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. I want help you, Mr. or Mrs. Operator. Can appearance about Google Chrome. Okay. I will be answer with a Google Chrome
Okay.
because it's AI.
Oh, okay, okay, okay.
Okay. Because it's AI. Right? Okay, Google Chrome application. All right. Okay. Click new tab, right? Tacit knowledge. Tacit knowledge. C. Tacit. Yes, tacit. Oh, betul. Tacit ya. Tacit ya, maaf. Tacit betul. Tacit. Tacit knowledge. Tacit knowledge. T with T, not D. All right. I have a tacit knowledge from the theory. You click image. All right. Klik, right? Direktorat Jenderal Kekayaan Negara, DJKN, the image. Okay, right? Click to open. This is a theory about EA with its eye, human intelligence with a scroll, all right? Tacit knowledge, scroll, right, scroll, okay. The image stop, okay, stop. If teacher in class use explicit knowledge, data, information, document, record, or files will be head-to-head with AI. All teachers with explicit knowledge in class, therefore head-to-head with AI. But the teacher use tacit knowledge like bring experience, thinking, competence, commitment to not be replaced with AI. You must choose tacit knowledge in area. Don't use explicit knowledge for your content teaching. Like that. Akuntansi is blah, 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 blah. This is EA, very good. But tacit knowledge for the teacher, commitment, experience can replace AI. If the teacher use explicit knowledge, will be then next time will be replaced with AI. Therefore, this is theory from teacher, from tacit knowledge or disebut apa ya, di management knowledge management, right? This is something. Okay.
Okay, very wonderful session. Very amazing. Give applause for Mr. Henry Prahardian. Okay. I think the time is enough, Mr. Henry, and I'm very interesting about your material. Okay, no, I think that's all for our session. Okay, And that's for my session. Thank you once again, and I will hand over to the next session. But we will invite Mr. Toton to give some appreciation for Mr. Henry Praherdiono. Okay, Mr. Toton. Profesor Dr. Toto Nusantara, Kaprodi saya tercinta. Oke. Give applause for Mr. Henry Praherdiono. Okay, the next I will hand over to Ms. Shirley. Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you so much. So we are going to have the third plenary sessions of the days. So the third plenary speaker will be Ibu Siti Saina Mustaqim, PhD from University Putra, Malaysia. The sessions will be moderated by Dr. Slamet Arifin, MPD. Mr. Slamet Arifin, over to you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the third session of Iclirbe 2022. My name is Slamet Arifin, and it's a pleasure for me to be your moderator for this session. And in this session, we'll have an amazing keynote speakers with amazing record of her expertise. And as the Master of Ceremony said, she is Dr. Siti Salina Mustaqim from the University of Putra, Malaysia. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Siti Salina Mustaqim is a senior lecturer at the University Putra, Malaysia, Faculty of Educational Studies. Her academic journey encompasses a diploma in secretarial science from University Technology Mara, a Bachelor of Educational in TESL, a Master of Education in TESL, from University Putra Malaysia and a doctorate in educational measurement from Sultan Idris Education University. She specializes in educational measurement, program evaluation, curriculum evaluation, thinking skill in education, learning assessment, English language and literature, pedagogy, and many more. Notably, she has received awards in various educational competitions, such as the International Putra Creative Poster Competition and the Innovation in Teaching and Learning Competition. Well, ladies and gentlemen, since Dr. Salina has been experiencing an extended period of illness and now she's still in a hospital, following these circumstances, she has provided a video presentation that she had intended to deliver in this conference. So her topic is about empowering learner in a global world, integrating technology, culture, awareness, and innovative teaching methods. Well, without further ado, please pay attention on the video presentation from Dr. Siti Salina Mustaqim. Operator, please.
Distinguished experts, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. In order to fulfill the theme of the conference on learning, innovation, and research in basic education, the title of my presentation is about empowering learners in a globalized world, integrating technology, cultural awareness, and innovative teaching methods. Members of the floor, let us begin by looking into this photo together and think, why did the prisoner choose the bread instead of the key? If he chooses the key, he will definitely be free. But maybe because he thinks if he lives today, he will be free tomorrow. Or maybe the outside world is too scary for him. We will never know. But whatever it is, when we come up with one situation, we will be doing one decision. And we should do the right decision at the right time. But sometimes we are not doing the right decision at the right times. It could be doing the right things at the right times, doing the wrong thing at the right times, or doing the right things at the wrong times. So it can be any of the terms we apply every day when we are making our decision. So life is actually about a balance of holding and letting go. So sometimes we need to learn to let things go of hand. And sometimes we should be learning how to design, how to integrate and infuse something before we letting it go. Similarly, with the photo, out of number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, the most that I like is actually number 5. Today's struggles are the stepping stones to tomorrow's freedom. In pertaining to the theme of the conference and the title of my presentation, there are 3 important ideas that I would like to convey today. Number 1 is about navigating the challenges and opportunities for modern learners. Number 2 is about tailoring educational approach for success. And number 3, meeting the unique needs of students. Members of the floor, let's move on into number 1 when we talk about navigating the challenges and opportunities for modern learners. So this is actually the 21st century kids. They are mission driven, they are very independent, they are very 360 thinker, they are very creative, they are very critical in their thinking. They are everything. We managed to design the curriculum for them. And the teaching approaches that we apply in the classroom setting, we successfully design new technology, new culture and environment, new knowledge and skill to design our children nowadays. And of course, all this success in developing 21st century critical thinkers are already in them. And in fact, for example, a 2-year-old child can use iPad even though they cannot read and write, and they can understand everything what is instructed and written in the iPad. So we managed to develop them. In order to fulfill that, we are actually learning from the 20th century that is much into learning the content into the 21st century that is learning the tool and skills to remake the content, so the content to become the producer and creator. From the learning content, we design tool and skills for our new generation so that they become creator. How can they become creator? From the creative and critical thinking. What we have in the environment of education, we have pedagogy, we have teaching and learning. So when we talk about 21st century pedagogy, pedagogy talks about constructivism, behaviorism, humanism, and all the theories underlying in the development of teaching and learning is implemented in the pedagogy. Here listed 15 21st century pedagogy that we apply in the classroom setting. I'm not going to explain one by one because in this situation, I believe everybody have already mastered about what 21st century pedagogy is. When we talk about fluid and organic curriculum, we talk about innovation. When we talk about 21st century teaching and learning, we talk about the classroom settings, teacher as facilitators, technology inside the classroom. We have a lot. And when we talk about 21st century pedagogy, we hold into the pedagogy, the andragogy, the cybergogy, and many. And from all these 15 listed, we have one student-centered learning, technology integration, critical thinking and problem solving, collaborative learning, global and cultural awareness. Let me name it one by one because I have something to tell you after this. 6, inquiry-based learning. 7, continuous learning and adaptability. Assessment for learning, real-world relevance, emphasis on soft skills, multimodal learning, ethical and moral education, teacher as facilitator, cultivation of growth mindset, and assessment of 21st century skills. We have mastered all this in our 21st century pedagogy. When we talk about teaching and learning, long time ago, curriculum drives the assessment, but in the 21st century teaching and learning, assessment drives the curriculum. So the difference is there. And one agenda that I would like to highlight here in this conference is about 21st century learning skill, which is much more relatable to our children nowadays because we are actually preparing them for their lifelong learning and success. While skill is very important because today's education faces irrelevant unless we bridge the gap between how students live and how students learn. So to some extent, in some circumstances, people will be saying it is not what you know, but who you know. Yeah, and sometimes we need to take also consideration the degree, the knowledge that they have sometimes is not does not match into the skills that ones have in the real world situation. Skills sometimes can develop students more as compared to the knowledge. And sometimes knowledge, they need to go together with the skills. Here, I would like to highlight also about what UNESCO has been said about no children left behind in the environment of education and in preparation of these 21st century learning skills. We have rural, urban, and remote areas, and we have a major problem with no children left behind as the one highlighted by the UNESCO. And before I get into details about no children left behind in the 21st century learning, I would like to talk about the 4 21st century skills, which to me, it is important to be highlighted before we prepare into something else. Number 1 is the effective communication skills, learning and innovation skills, information, media and technology skills, and also life and career skills. So we have all this information about life and career skills, the flexibility, the social and cultural skills, and everything. Everything is presented here. But when we talk about skills, do we actually prepare our children to go beyond from the skills that they have in our present environment? 21st century teaching and learning takes place much into urban area, 50-50 into rural area. I do not have the statistical number here, but I mean 50-50 because some rural environment is already developed and some is developing, while in remote areas they still need a lot of technological environment which we can assist them with using the when we determine the problem and gaps are found in the remote area. And linking about the skills I mentioned just now, it goes straight to point number 2 today about tailoring educational approach for success. We prepare curriculum for the student, we prepare syllabus, we prepare assessment for everybody. I'm not going to mention about the curriculum definition here, but as we can see, we have a lot of curriculum definition by many scholars, and from all this curriculum in my country also, we are looking into developing the child holistically along with intellectual, spiritual, emotional, and physical growth. We have this in our philosophy of education, and we in fact prepare the Malaysia education blueprint from the preschool to post-secondary education until the higher education. So what we have inside this blueprint is actually preparing the children from the early stage until the higher education towards their lifelong learning. We prepare them, the 20th century learning, the 21st century learning, and everything. But what is hidden inside the curriculum provided to our children from the intended curriculum, actual curriculum, hidden curriculum, and the outcome of learning is actually what we prepare from their basic environment. If they are in the urban area, they have everything. Yeah, and when they are rural and the remote areas have everything also, yet we need to consider their geographical area, the lack of parents' knowledge to educate the children at home, the teachers, lack of teachers in the environment, because the place is very far away from the mainland. And from all this, when we want to design evaluation to our children, we are actually testing them something that is not something that they do not really prepare for the new environment. And we have like the concept of evaluation of testing, measurement, evaluation, and assessment. And in relation to this one, which is actually appropriate to these children who is actually lag behind in education. They are staying far away from the mainland and they do not have enough facilities in their education field. So we cannot blame the government, we cannot blame the children and the parents as well. We cannot blame the stakeholders, but what we can design for them from time to time among all these children is actually one new skill environment which we can help them to enhance and grow their economic cycle in their family lifestyle. And if we can see curriculum development and evaluation in Malaysia, we have 3 levels of education here, from primary, secondary to higher education. And I would like to relate this one with the 17 goals of sustainable development by the United Nations when we talk about education. The primary education, secondary education, higher education, and some issues in implementing education relates to professional competencies, teacher training, teachers' autonomy, ethical issues, school-based assessment, standardized examination, stakeholder engagement, technology engagement, inclusive education. These are only some, but we still have a lot. And when we talk about these issues relate to the 21st century learning to fulfill the needs of the underprivileged or the children who are left behind, we need to take into consideration one by one which we can develop and enhance for our future generation. We are sometimes overwhelming thoughts about the success of 21st century pedagogy, teaching and learning, but we sometimes forgot about the remote areas who are actually have limitation in their learning environment. And the challenges in designing this student is actually to prepare them by design, and we are no longer design them by chance. So we are trying to design the children based on the environment that they have, the strength of the government can provide to these children in the remote area. I am focusing on the remote area because this is what we are focusing from our research since 2018 until now, funded by the government and the UNESCO. And No Children Left Behind is actually one beautiful environment. We actually can assist the children to get into this technology. I refuse to mention about 21st century learning to this remote area, not to say that because they do not deserve to get that, but it's quite difficult to implement this 21st century learning in the remote area. And final one, number 3, is about meeting the unique needs of the students. Here, number one on the 21st century learning, the pedagogy and the teaching and learning. Number 2 on the curriculum and evaluation design by my country. And number 3, meeting the unique needs of the student. I would like to highlight on the underprivileged children needs in the 21st century. So we have listed here needs of these underprivileged children to fulfill, to get into the 21st century environment. The access to quality education, not to say that the education is not a quality one, but it is very difficult to provide quality education to them because of their demographic profile, their environment, the geographical area of their landscape. Nutritious food and healthcare, because they are poor, they do not have enough sources, okay, to get good food. Safe and stable housing. Some of these people, they are still staying in a very poor condition. Some are still staying in a booth, like those CGPC children. Mental health support, early childhood development, parental support and education, we have a lot. I'm not going to highlight one by one, but these are among the needs we need to provide to them. And children of today, we need to look into also the games they play and the stories they hear or like, not really into the technological environment. My experience with the other researchers staying with these CGPC children from 2018 until now, they do not really focusing on technology in their daily lifestyle. And even teachers, if they use technology inside the classroom, they are so amazed with the technology. But it ends there in the classroom environment itself. When they go out from the school, they do not have that technology anymore. We managed to stay with them and see what they do in the neighborhood, what they actually play, what they actually learn from one another. So this is actually our children of today, and they are far away from the technology. They are happy, but they do not reach up to the 21st century environment. Our Malaysian education journey, we began from the preschool until post-secondary and university level. And in designing them, we also inculcate the technological environment, the innovation environment. These children with 3 different types of school education, from the from the primary, secondary, and higher education. And in fact, from these children, they have innovation begins from the preschool environment. So I only took 5 example of preschool innovation in Malaysia. Not to mention, these are from the remote, rural, or urban area, but this is what we achieved so far from our children towards 21st century learning in relation to development from the childhood environment. Yeah. And from our research as well, we managed to get into these CGPC children, and these people are actually undocumented and some are documented. We designed modules for teaching and learning, and we prepared in 3 different languages. The main reason we designed this new curriculum for these left children, because we are focusing on the no children left behind, and we do not really focusing on the technology, because we are designing one environment which they can actually increase their economic growth from their family lifestyle. They comes from a very poor environment, and we inculcate new skills, communication, agriculture skill, and the training from the communities to the children, how to actually enhance and develop their economic lifestyle. So the environment is taken into consideration from the problem that we have. Yeah, highest poverty rate, financial issues. If they send the children to the school, they feel that they're wasting their money, and they do not have access to adequate health and education. So these are among the problems that we encountered before we decide on designing the new curriculum for them. So we prepare one alternative education that is accessible to other children and to all communities, and they actually should have allowed to have one basic knowledge, at least reading, writing, and arithmetic skill. As I mentioned just now, most of the children, excuse me, they cannot read, they cannot write, but they are happily living in their own environment. So we need to infuse 21st century teaching and learning here. If you can see, this is a basic agriculture environment, but we provided together with the solar technology. So they learn the ecosystem of the agriculture and the solar environment, which they slowly manage doing it with the other communities. We highlighted some of the outcome in the news and also in the media, and later after that we received funding from the UNESCO to continue our project among these no children left behind, the underprivileged children at the remote area. I personally would like to say that in the 21st century teaching and learning as a teacher, the pedagogy is very good, because we managed to create our children nowadays as what we have. They are sometimes very sophisticated, very innovative, and they are very technology driven. Even I sometimes myself meets failure in the technology nowadays. But some consideration should be taken into some of the remote areas. And if you are focusing on these people, yeah, you will feel happy, because you are really conveying one new knowledge to the children. So this is our latest environment research funded by the UNESCO. It is actually 20 minutes away from the Philippines, very far away from the mainland, and they are so happy with the technology. From the basic agriculture to the development of solar technology, we teach them from the beginning until the end. And in the entrepreneurship skills, they will learn how to sell their own product to the other society. 21st century teaching and learning, 21st century innovation. Yeah, it's true. But to me, together with my other researchers, we are focusing much on these children, on these communities, which stays at the remote area and far away from the mainland. With that, thank you so much for listening. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is the presentation from Dr. Siti Salina Mustaqim. You must be curious how the Q&A will be conducted. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you have any question on or concern regarding the presentation delivered by Dr. Siti Salina Mustaqim, you can share your question through her email. So her email is mssalina@upm.edu.my. I already shared her email on the chat box on the Zoom room. So please, if you have any question or concern regarding the presentation delivered by Dr. Salina, you can email her and she will happy to answer all of your question. And also, let's pray for her to get well soon so she can come back to her activity as soon as possible. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as the conclusion, as we navigate the complexity of globalized world, the integration of technology, culture awareness, and innovative teaching methods become an imperative in empowering learners. By embracing this element, educator and institution cannot only prepare students for the challenges of the modern world, but also foster a deeper understanding of diverse culture and ultimately work toward a more equitable and global competent society. So I think it is the end of our session in this third session of Iclirbe 2023. But ladies and gentlemen, we are truly fortunate to have such a distinguished expert share their knowledge and wisdom with us. Now it's our privilege to present Dr. Salina Mustaqim with certificate of appreciation as a token of our gratitude for his invaluable contribution to our conference. So ladies and gentlemen, please give big applause to Dr. Salina Mustaqim. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your participation today, and we look forward to more meaningful dialogue and discussion related to everything that we face in the educational field. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. For the next agenda, Ms. Shirley, is over to you.
Okay. Okay. So, masih semangat? Masih. Okay. So, I would like to ask you to stand up together. So you have been sitting, let's say from 8 to about 11, yeah, about 3 hours. Okay, please stand up. So we are going to have ice breaking ya. Okay, good. Tahu aja ya Pak Iqbal. Okay. Yuk, stand up. Mas Per, please help me to show it here. Okay, yeah, because you have been sitting for 3 hours and it is not good for you. So we have to move a bit. Yeah. Okay. So have you learned a lot from the 3 plenary speakers? Yeah. Yes or no? Yes. There. So the first one talking about, okay, from Dr. Yan, yeah, from NIE, and then the second one is Bapak Henry Praherdiono, and the third one is from Ibu Siti Saina Mustaqim. So for your information that Ibu Siti Saina Mustaqim PhD is actually our adjunct professor, yeah. And this coming afternoon, we are going to have another one. So you have to be here to see, yeah, our new adjunct professor. Oke, Mas Per, silakan diketik tadi linknya. Okay. Miss Rara, I guess there are some questions in the chat box ya. Later on you can screen share over there. Okay, sudah siap Mas Per? Di link. Okay, you may check your WA and then just go to the link. Monkey banana kayaknya ya tadi ya. Monkey banana. Jangan bacanya jangan monkey ya. Monkey. Nah. Monkey, banana. Ada yang tahu seperti apa? Kalau bear dance sudah hafal ya. Oke. Oke, kita lihat monkey, banana. Oke. Oh, baby shark. Yeah, it's like a baby shark, but it's monkey. Mas, tak usah baby monkey.
Kenapa dah baby?
Nah, itu yang ini ya, yang kedua, yang pingpong, monkey banana dance. Oke, sudah siap? Yuk. Miss Rara boleh bersama-sama. Kita lihat ya. Harus happy dan bahagia. Pingpong. Oke. Boleh dikencengin, Master?
Click here to subscribe.
Okay. Are you ready? Oke. Yuk.
Baby monkey bananas, baby monkey bananas, bananas. Mommy monkey bananas, mommy monkey bananas, mommy monkey bananas, bananas.
Daddy monkey bananas, daddy monkey bananas, daddy monkey bananas, bananas.
Grandma monkey bananas, grandma monkey bananas, grandma monkey bananas, bananas.
Grandpa monkey bananas, grandpa monkey bananas, grandpa monkey bananas, bananas.
No more bananas, no more bananas, no more bananas. Yum 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 bananas, yum 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 bananas, yum 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 bananas, bananas. It's the end of bananas, it's the end of bananas, it's the end of bananas, bananas.
Oke.
Search for Ping Pong on YouTube.
Oke. Geraknya, duduknya 3 jam, geraknya 1 menit ya? Oke. Oke guys. So it's now 11 ya, 11 a.m. So you have break after this, you have a lunch break. You can take your lunch book over there. But remember that after duhur, so you have to come back here by 12:30, ya. 12:30 itu berarti 12:30. 12:30 mohon kembali di tempat ini on time ya. Karena nanti akan ada pengukuhan dan pelantikan ejang profesor gitu ya. Monggo sekarang silahkan istirahat, makan siang terlebih dahulu, but remember that you have to come back here by 12:30. Okay. So for those joining online, I guess after this you still have 3 plenary sessions. So you can also join into the Zoom room. Okay, so thank you again and see you 12:30.
Innovation. UM terus memerankan diri sebagai sumber belajar, tempat belajar dan inspirator pembelajaran bagi generasi muda. Bersama UM, kami belajar dan mengabdi untuk negeri, memberikan kontribusi, gagasan inovatif, dan karya nyata. Universitas Negeri Malang, Excellence in Learning Innovation.
Welcome back to the International Conference on Learning Innovation and Research in Basic Education, Iclirbe 2023. Today we are going to have 3 plenary sessions and 2 parallel ones. The first plenary session is going to be delivered by Dr. Jill Chisman from Monash University. Welcome, Dr. Chisman.
Thank you very much.
Okay. The second plenary session is going to be delivered by Professor Ko Hyung Hoon from Hankook University of Foreign Studies. And the third one will be delivered by Professor Dr. Adi Atmoko, MSc, MPD from Universitas Negeri Malang. Without further ado, allow me to invite Dr. Jill Chisman to have presentations on learning mathematics from children. The session is going to be moderated by Ibu Sari Karmina, PhD. Mrs. Sari Karmina, over to you.
Thank you very much, Ibu Sirli, and good morning and good afternoon, probably in Australia right now, Dr. Chisman.
Yes,
How are you today?
very well, thank you.
It's good to see you here, and it's lovely to see everyone here in the room. And allow me to read Dr. Jill Chisman's short biography. So Dr. Jill Chisman is a lecturer of mathematics education in the faculty at Monash University. Before embarking on a career as an academic, Dr. Chisman has extensive professional experience as a teacher of primary school and has worked as teacher educator in a range of settings in Australia and overseas. Dr. Chisman was very proud to be a member of early numeracy research project team, to which the MERGA or MERGA Research Award was presented in July 2011. The award was given as a recognition of an outstanding contribution to mathematics education research, and it is presented a long-term active mathematics education research group of Australasia members who have made a sustained and distinguished contributions to research in mathematics education in Australasia and internationally. Dr. Chisman is going to talk about learning mathematics from children. I'm willing to learn also mathematics from children, Dr. Chisman. And it's been wonderful to read also your research, although I'm not in mathematics education, but it's reading your some of your articles that really help children finding ways to learn mathematics. So we are eager to learn how mathematics is actually taught in fun ways in Australia, and we're looking forward to your speech and lecture this morning. And time is yours, Dr. Chisman.
Thank you very much indeed. So I might share my screen with you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, you should be able to do that.
Okay, now. My message, Dr. Sari, my message is saying I can't start sharing my screen while you are sharing.
Okay, would you please, someone in the IT, would you please help Dr. Chisman and allow her, or you can also make her as a co-host so that she can share the PPT. Yeah.
Okay.
And also,
okay, it's looking good. It's looking good.
Okay, great.
Just go.
Make co-host. Can you do that now?
I'm doing my very best.
Okay. Awesome. Yes, we can see your PPT right now.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
You
Okay.
are very welcome.
So now I'm going to try Salamat Pagi to everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today. I'm going to tell stories of children's mathematical thinking and the things that I have learned from the events that I'll describe. When I was kindly invited to present this talk to teachers, I was asked to include things from research findings and things that inform teaching. And I thought, oh, think of all those implications for teaching. And then I thought to myself, they're already in papers. They're already written. So maybe there's a different way. And So I decided, I realized that it'd be wise to take a different path. So let me just explain why I'm telling stories. Teachers I know often share their experiences and what they've learned by telling each other stories of the classroom. And I imagine Indonesian teachers are much the same. Think about stories you know from the classroom. And I'll tell you stories from the research classroom and what I've learned from children about the mathematics over many years. But before I start telling some stories of mine, I would like everybody to think of a time when a child or children have done or said something mathematical that interested or amazed or fascinated or intrigued you. So think of a time. Okay. So I'm hoping at the moment you're going through your mental rememberings and think of a time. Dr. Sari, your sound's on, by the way.
Sorry.
Your mic is on.
Oh.
Thank you. Okay. So now hopefully everybody can't see the faces, but I'm hoping everybody has a recollection of a story. And what I'd like you to do for a moment is think about the answer to these questions. What did you learn about children? About mathematics? About yourself? So now, having taken your personal experience, I'm going to tell you some stories. And I'm going to begin with a story of Sue and Simon. And in a moment, I'll show you a little bit of video. And while you're watching Sue talking with Simon, and at this time, the time of this video, in Sue's classroom, it was a spontaneous event. It was something that just happened. And you will see in the beginning of the video, it's a little bit shaky because the person with the video camera was rushing to get the camera to capture this event. Simon was 6 years old, and what I'd like you to do is have a look at Simon's behaviours and consider Sue's actions as well. So, here we go.
You've been doing. I think people would like to hear you, and I think Alexander might like to hear you too. 1, 0, 0, 0, 0. What number is that? A million. How do you know it's a million? Do you know it's a million? How do you know it's a million? Because there's 6 zeros. My mum told me a million was 6 zeros. Really? What can we count by? 1. All right, let's see what he's going to do. Tell us what you're doing. Plus 2 million. Then plus. Why did you do plus 1? Because I wanted to count 1 more each time. Okay, now let's see what happens. Now stop. What's your number now? What do you think the next number will be? He's got 1,000,001. He's counting. Do you think? Let's see. What is it? No, keep going. Stop. What have you got now? 1,000,009. What do you think the next number will be? 1,010,000. Let's see it. Yes, 1,010,000 is it? Let's give him a number. 1,000,000 and He's up to 1,020,000. What can we get him to stop at? 1,005,000. He's gone way past that, haven't you? What's one that's more than 1,020,000? Bigger than 1,020,000? 1,100,000. Can you stop there? Go on. See if he does. 1,100,000. 1,100,000. Let's see. I think there's no such thing as 1,100,000. You don't think there is? All right. Well, let's see. 1,100,000. Just stop now. What's your number now? 1,079,000. 1,079,000. Now you're going to stop at 1,100,000 if you think it's there. All right, go on then. Stop. What's your number now? Alexander, no? What's your number? Now, what are you looking for? All right, let's see. I think 1,102,000. So what did you do? You went past it. So do you think there is such a number as 1,100,000 now? Can you do it again?
So my question for you is, what did you notice about the child? What did you notice about the mathematics? This is a child who has not yet been at school for 1 year. He's had access to simple full-function calculators in the classroom because he's part of a calculators in primary mathematics research project, and he's had time to explore them, experiment, and play with the calculators. So make up your mind. What do you think? So here's what I learned. I learned again, that young children are amazing. They love investigating numbers and they're fascinated by large numbers. As an aside, our Australian curriculum for children who have just entered school talks about children dealing with numbers up to and beyond 10. It seems to me maybe our curriculum is seriously underestimating young children. Now I want you to think about your curriculum in Indonesia and what number of ideas are expected of 6-year-old children. I also learned that the calculator is a manipulative, a mathematical tool, unlike any other material. It makes children think abstractly. It gives children access to numbers way beyond those that they could model with bits of wood or sticks or stones or pebbles or counters. And the other thing I think about when I watch Simon with Sue is how much children learn through play. So I'd love to be able to talk to you. I'd love to see you face to face, to hear what you think about the story of Sue and Simon. That's the first story I'm going to tell today. Now, I just want to make a note about the text that is on the bottom of this screen. It's a reference to an article that mentions some of the matters that I've raised. What I've done, I understand some of you are mathematics education students, and probably you'll always be searching for papers to read and things to use. So hopefully I'll throw in on the bottom of various screens some articles that sort of connect to what I'm saying today. So here we are with, I don't know how to get rid of that, I do. So here we are. This is the Calculators in Primary Mathematics project. I was involved in this project when I was at Deakin University some time ago. We found young children use calculators as recording devices, sort of like a scratch pad, sort of like a pen and paper. We found children use calculators as counting tools. Of course, they use them to compute, to calculate, to crunch numbers, and they also use calculators as a tool, as an object of exploration, as a plaything in a way. So having a plaything that makes you play with numbers is very powerful. We found the key findings were that children's number sense improves with early access to calculators. These children had 4-function calculators in the first 3 years of school. They meet larger numbers earlier, and children's calculation skills are not harmed. Some parents think calculators make children dependent and stop children thinking. We found it was just the opposite. So now I have a story of Tom and Tom's solutions. And Tom was in year 2 at school in Australia, so he was turning 8 years old. All right, that's a very poor photo of Tom. I don't have a better one at this stage. But this was year 2. It was a lesson where the children were all gathered together. They were sitting around the teacher, and the teacher was reading from one of those big books, big book designed especially to introduce mathematical ideas, really, to children. And you can see that this was the idea of early multiplication, really. And the lesson was, in the lesson, Gina, who's the teacher, was discussing strategies for working out 8 multiplied by 4. 8 times 4. And the context was, this is an octopus, a book all about an octopus, and she has 8 arms, and she collects shells and beautiful things to decorate her arms. And as you can well imagine, we've had 1 charm on each arm, and now we're up to how many charms are on 8 arms with 4 charms on each arm. And Gina's asked the children for their ideas. And one of the children says, we could count by 4. And Gina said, let's count by 4s. So if you know how to count by 4s, that's a good strategy to use. Okay, let's go. And the children and Gina count 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24, 28, 32. Gina says, if you don't know how to count by 4s, what would be another good strategy to use? Tom, is your hand up? And Tom said, I was going to say, break 4 in half and it makes 16 2s. So this idea was sort of thrust at Gina, and she paused, and you could almost see her brain ticking over. And she said, oh, that's a complicated idea, Tom. And Tom said, I could explain it quickly. And Gina said, Tom, can you hold on to that idea? Because I'd like the rest of the other children to do a little bit more about multiplication before they hear your idea. 2 days later, I was in the classroom again, when Tom clearly explained his thinking. He said, if you halve one number and double the other number when you multiply, the answer is the same. Now, a couple of things occurred to me. We sometimes call this gypsy multiplication. Sometimes we introduce this idea of halving and doubling the factors with older children, older primary age children. I don't think I've ever heard a child of 8 come up with this idea himself or herself. And what's more, here was Tom who remembered it days later. So what I learned was young children can think about how numbers work. And what's more, they remember their mathematical ideas, especially when they're valued. Okay, story 3. We grow peas. I'm sure you grow peas in Indonesia, or a version of them anyway. So this is a problem that was put to Year 1 children in the early numeracy research project. How many peas commonly grow in a pea pod? And so what I did was take some peas to Year 1 children and ask them to imagine, here are the peas. I had about 1 kilogram of peas. Anybody who wants to try this problem? And children were invited to use their imagination to imagine how many peas were hiding inside, growing inside each pea pod. And then this little redhead girl with the ponytail said that she knew how to shell peas because her grandma had taught her. And so here she is giving all the Year 1 children a pea shelling lesson. And so she's opening up the pea pod and she's putting the peas inside it into a little white cup, a little paper patty pan. And she's teaching the children how to do that. And so every child then got a pea pod, took the peas out of it, put them in patty pans, counted them, these Year 1s. And then they were invited to organise the little patty pans, the little cups, the little paper cups, to sort them, bring their little patty pan and to organise them somehow on the carpet. And the organised columns got longer and they got longer. And as you will see, they got so long they would have stretched out the doorway, but they took a little bend. Does that worry you? Strangely enough, it worried the teacher in the classroom at the time. That's why I haven't mentioned her name. But it didn't worry the children at all, because when they were asked to draw what they'd been doing this morning in maths, this was what one of the children drew. Now, I think you'd be pretty happy with that. I was pretty happy with it. I thought it was absolutely amazing, accurate and amazing. And then the child could say most of the pea pods had 6 peas in them. Now, I took a photo of this, not a very good photo, but I show it to you regardless, because this child, we estimated first of all. So this child talked about, we estimated how many peas would be most common. And then this is what she drew. And I'm going to try and interpret it for you. I'll use my cursor. Here we have a patty pan with 2 peas in it. And the records show there were 2 of those. Patty pans with 3 in them, there were 4. Those with 4 peas, we had 6 patty pans, and so on, and so on, and so on. And actually, I think this is a child's invented tabulation she created a type of table. I asked her if I could take a photograph of her with her work, and she looked at me as if to say, I don't know why you are interested in my work. But there's not too many Year 1 children I know who've invented tabulated data. So what I learned was, if we give children choices, they can record their mathematical thinking in creative and insightful ways. And recently, I was reading John van der Waal's textbook. As you know, he's a leading maths educator in the United States of America. And he says, children can be involved in making decisions about how to represent their data. And I think sometimes in Australia, and I challenge you, Indonesian teachers, do we make too many decisions for children? If we give them decisions to make about how to represent the information pictorially, I'm pretty sure they'll learn. Okay, so now this is another story of foundation children. You'll think that I'm obsessed with 6-year-olds, 5 and 6-year-olds, and I might be, but we'll see. This is a story that comes from my doctoral research, which is about challenging children to think. And in truth, challenging children to think is the overarching idea in all of the research I do. So I'm going to tell you a story of a dog, of a teacher with a dog and a little girl. A dog's called Joey and the little girl is called Jessica. And the little girl is standing right beside the dog in the picture that you can see. Now, Joey is the most, I should say, not every school has a dog who comes to school once a year, but Joey has come to Jane, that's Jane, and she'd be embarrassed to see her photo there in her running clothes, but later in the day, they had running races against the dog. Jane has had this dog at school ever since he was a tiny puppy and he could fit sitting in her hands. When he was too little to be left at home alone, he came to school for the first time as a tiny puppy, and he's come to school one day a year ever since. And he is the most beautiful, gentle, calm, lovely dog. Before he makes his visit to foundation classroom for 5, 6-year-olds. They have to learn quite a bit of math. So it's quite late in the year, and the children, he's sort of become a legend in the school, and the children are so excited. And in preparation for Joey's visit, the children are asked to make up a question that they could answer with some mathematics. So I'm going to take and their questions are recorded on a display board, and the question has got the child's initials, so that the day that Joey comes, working in a group, the other groups are doing different things, but when it comes to the child's turn, the child gets to answer his or her question. So I'm going to start on the right-hand side of this screen. So these are some of the questions. How long is his collar? How round is his tummy? How big is his ear? How big is his nose? What size is his foot? How long is his fur? How long is his tail? And how tall is he? So they're working on the questions, the children that in this group are working on the questions they've posed earlier, when all of a sudden Jessica says, oh, we could find out how much Joey weighs. And Jane said, well, what would you need to do that? And Jessica said, have we got any scales? And Jane said, we can get some. So off she went. She came back with the scales. You can see them, the white thing on the floor there. It's a set of bathroom scales. And so Jane said, now what? Now what do you want to do? And Jessica said, well, make Joey stand on the scales. And Jane said, okay, Joey, come stand on the scales. Of course, Joey wasn't the slightest bit interested. And the scales were a bit wobbly. And Joey wouldn't stand there. And anyway, he only had 2 feet on the scales. And so Jane looked at Jessica and said, well, if you got, what else could we do? And she said, put him on again. Well, Joey was not interested. And so Jane said, no, I don't think he'll stand on the scales. Have you got any other ideas? And that's when Jessica talked to the little boy beside her, and Jane encouraged the other children who were working on some problem with his dog food bowl. They needed an idea. And all of a sudden, Jessica said, we could weigh him times me. And I'll tell you quite honestly, I didn't understand what she meant. But what she meant was she wanted to weigh Joey with herself holding him. So here's Jane very cautiously passing Joey over so that he could be weighed together with Jessica standing on the bathroom scales. But I wasn't quite sure whether it was Jessica's thinking or the teacher's thinking. Now, part of my research method was to talk to children after their maths lessons to find out what they were thinking at the time. So here's my question. Can you tell me about your good idea for maths today, please? And Jessica said, I thought of holding Joey on the scales. I'd know how much Joey weighed. So I hopped on the scales with him and I holded him. And then we took away 19 because I was 19 and he was 9. And so that was 9 kilograms. And that's what he weighed. One of the things that I've discovered is that children's accounts of their mathematical thinking show that young children are able to recall events in their math lessons and to reconstruct their thinking and to reflect on their mathematical learning. How much do we encourage this recalling of events, reconstructing their thinking and reflecting on it? Everyday mathematical conversations between the teacher and the child in lessons in the early years of primary school at least, and I haven't studied them extensively in upper primary, but these mathematical conversations between teacher and child support, extend, and challenge children's thinking. I contend one of the most important findings of my doctoral research was that highly effective teachers have mathematical conversations with young children that follow the child's thinking and are very powerful. What I learned is with support, children can pose problems that can be solved with mathematics. Children persist when they're interested in a solution. And mathematical conversations with children are powerful and memorable. Okay. So now I'm going to tell you a story based on a problem. It's called Shopping for Shoes, and it comes from a project called Encouraging Persistence, Maintaining Challenge. What we've found in Australia, and I'd be very interested to know about Indonesia, is when mathematics gets difficult, hard for some children, they give up. So what we're interested in doing was offering children challenging tasks, and the Shopping for Shoes is an example that I want to share with you in a moment. To see when we offer children quite a substantial challenge, what do? So, oh, sorry. Accidentally pressed the wrong button, sorry. So here's the problem, and I'm going to read it, then I'm going to give you a moment or two, or I'm not going to talk to you, to think about it and think deeply about this. This is a problem offered to, I saw it in year 6. So the children are 11 or 12 years old. All right, so here's the Shopping for Shoes challenging task. Jody and Julie go shopping for shoes. Jody chooses one pair for $110 and another for $100. Julie chooses a pair that costs $160. When they go to pay, the assistant says that there's a sale on, and they get 3 pairs of shoes for the price of 2 pairs. Give 2 options for how much Jody and Julie should each pay. Explain which of these options is fairer. Okay. Just spend a minute or two. I have my timer running, and I'm going to be quiet for a minute. I hope you've got something to write on. Have a little play with this problem for a moment, please.
Excuse me, Dr. Tisman.
Yes.
Your time is running very short, and we will have only 1 minute less for your session, and then we will have a question and answer session after that.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to have a little quick a quick run to the end here. So I had a conversation with Diana and asked her, what do you do if you get stuck on a difficult problem? She said to me, I look desperate and my teacher comes. My teacher comes to help me. And my teacher gives me a hint. I said, a hint. And she said, yes, I don't like being told the answer. I just want a hint. So I said, you'd be pretty good at maths today, wouldn't you? And she said, I'm rubbish at maths. I said, but I noticed that you were doing really well today. And our challenging tasks are hard. And she said, yes, but I like your tasks. They are hard and nobody can do them. And so it made me think, what does she mean? So what I learned from this child, this student, was that students don't want to be told the answers. They like to get hints to help them to get started. It's a way of finding a solution to difficult mathematical thinking. Upper primary students really appreciate teachers who give good clues to challenging tasks. And students, like everyone, to be treated the same. They feel empowered by challenge. So I'm going to fast forward a couple of slides here. I'm going to skip over telling you stories of children experimenting with suspended balances. I learned that little children can deal with big ideas. They understand the transfer of knowledge and measurement of mass. They can experience equivalence and they can think in general terms. I think conversations with young children and listening to children are important. Homemade tools can be terrific for encouraging mathematical thinking. And investigative play is a powerful way of providing opportunities to mathematize the world. And I learned the importance of attending to what children are noticing and eliciting children's reasoning. We can sing, we can dance, we can do maths with music. And the latest mathematical research project that I'm involved in is the Multiplication and Division Investigations Project. And what we found, both with all singing and all dancing activities, and by interviewing one-to-one children, and this is Cleo, and she said that you can share 7. 2 kids, if 2 kids wanted 3 each, then the teacher can have this one. This raised questions about what we learn from children's figuring things out on the run. Forming equal groups is key to building ideas of multiplication and division. Children surprise us and can disrupt our expectations. For example, in Australia, children are not meant to have any mathematical outcomes related to remainders until the end of year 3. But some children, some very young children, can understand division and think about remainders before they go to school and before they're taught any formal mathematics. So here's a quick review, an overview of what I've learned and what I've mentioned today. I've learned to listen, fascinated, to children's mathematical thinking and all it reveals, to converse with children about mathematics to create powerful ways to stimulate learning, to expect children to be mathematicians solving difficult problems, to give children the responsibility for recording their ideas, to encourage experimentation with equipment and tools, that build concepts, and to enjoy participating in platform mathematics. I wish you very good luck. Have a wonderful conference. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih, Dr. Chisman. Oh my goodness, that's such a very deep and thoughtful research. And I love the conversations that you had and your students had with the children that I've never thought I would hear this morning. Oh my goodness, that's so interesting. I'm so fascinated by the conversations, the narratives that you and your student teachers had with the students, and you use a lot of materials that the students love to work with. And that is amazing. I hope that our students and our colleagues in mathematics are inspired by your presentations this morning. Such a wonderful stories. And I just love it because I'm so into narratives and conversations. And so we had 3 questions, and we still have 5 minutes before running to another parallel sessions. So I would like to read one of them. Okay, so hello, Dr. Jill, that's from Sigit Priyatmoko. Thanks for exciting presentation, and I'm interested on your topic. And you said by using calculator, children can improve their sense of number. Could you explain how does that work? And is it will be different if you use other tools? And thank you so much.
Yeah. Number sense is a sort of flexible, adaptable, very hard concept to pin down, really.
Yeah.
What children can do with calculators that is not easy with other things is that they can think up ideas and they can test them on the calculator. So, for example, they're simple little 4-function calculators, but any 4-function calculator that's got a constant function on it, counting backwards by ones. Of course, children count back 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. They press equal. -1, -1, -1, -1, -1. And then it gets to 0. And they go, oh, maybe it's blast off. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Blast off. No. What's the calculator say? Oh, it says 1, but it's not really 1. It's got this funny, it's got a line. What's it doing? And then I press again, equals, oh, it's -2, it's -3. So by experimenting and thinking, it makes them think imaginatively and test their ideas.
Right.
Lovely question. You know, I looked at this for 3 years. I could talk about it under wet cement.
Okay, I think that's the letting the students experience with calculator is what really important here, and let them find ways in using that. Right, thank you so much. That's great. I would like to take questions from Bunga Ayu because she's raising her hand. Would you like, Bunga Ayu? Are you ready? Okay, you can unmute yourself right now. Yeah, okay. Bunga Ayu? Hello? Okay. Well, yeah, Ayu. Yeah, we will take another
Can you
one
hear my
question.
voice?
Yes, we can hear you clearly.
Okay. Hello, Dr. Jill. I'm Bunga Ayu Sari from State University of Malang. There is one interesting that I have learned. One of the important things in supporting students to learn and understand mathematics well is the teacher's ability to provide pedagogical support to students. In your opinion, does the concept of learning from children help teachers provide appropriate pedagogical support to students? Thank you.
What a lovely question. What a lovely question. Thank you. I think in the past, we've been focused on the mathematics. It's not to say we're not looking at the mathematics, but what we're trying to do is understand where the child's thinking is now and think about how we can extend and develop the child's thinking. So I think by listening and watching and attending to children, we can sort of tailor make the mathematics suit the child more. And so I'm fascinated by how everybody thinks, but because I'm particularly fascinated by children, and the fact that all children think differently, they probably need something different from me as a teacher. So I think it's about being a responsive teacher rather than a didactic teacher.
Yeah.
Do you understand me? Good luck with it.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. So instead of telling the students what to do, I think we need to listen to them more.
We can still do a little bit of telling.
Right.
We don't have to give that up altogether.
Okay. Yeah. Listen. Yeah. We don't usually listen to children, you know. We tell them what to do. Thank you so much. That's a good questions. And thank you so much, Dr. Chisman. Unfortunately, our time is running very fast. And before, it's 2 minutes before 9 in Indonesia right now. And I would like, sorry, not 9. Yeah, it is. Right. So I'm in the US right now. So it's 9:58 p.m. So anyway, I would like to take a message and I would like to quote you, Dr. Chisman. Ladies and gentlemen, we've learned a lot from Dr. Chisman today, and it's, I think, a new approach in mathematics for me. And I would like to quote from her: mathematical conversations between teacher and students support, extends, and challenge students' thinking. And that's what we need with our students. What a lovely sessions. And on behalf of the committee, I would like to say thank you so much for your sharing today.
You're welcome. You're very welcome.
Thank you so much. And have a lovely afternoon in Australia. Thank you so much. Okay, I would like to give the sessions to Dr. Okta. Dr. Okta, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jill and Dr. Sari.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, Professor Dr. Koh Yang Han, and ladies and gentlemen. Salam sejahtera to all of us. Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan, Rahayu. Welcome, Professor Dr. Koh Yang Han at the Graduate School, Universitas Negeri Malang. How are you today? How are you today? Baik. Nice to meet you, Prof. Welcome the participant of the International Conference on Learning, Innovation, and Research in Basic Education, which was organized by the Graduate School Basic Education Study Program, Universitas Negeri Malang. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me, Oktaviani Adi Suciptaningsih, to be the moderator for the 5th session with keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Koh Yong Han. Before starting the session, let me read Prof. Koh Yong Han's CV. Professor Dr. Koh Yong Han is a professor, Department of Malay Indonesian Studies at Hankook University of Foreign Studies, Seoul, Korea. Professor Dr. Koh Yong Han received his PhD in Critique on Indonesian Novel, University of Malaya, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. He is also a Deputy Chairman of the Korea Association of Malay Indonesia Studies, International Advisory Board for the Journal Sari in National University of Malaysia, Chairman of Indonesia Culture Center, Seoul, Director of the Institute of Southeast Asia Studies, Dean of College of Asia Language and Culture. He is also experienced in Presidential Friends of Indonesia, Senior Research Fellow at the Habibie Center, Jakarta, Director of Bureau of Public Relations, Managing Director in Newspaper Oidea Hakpu, Visiting Professor in Universitas Indonesia, Jakarta, Visiting Professor in Universitas Nasional Jakarta, Visiting Professor in University Kebangsaan Malaysia. In this session, Professor Dr. Koh Yang Han will deliver material entitled Penerapan Smart Learning dalam Internasionalisasi Bahasa Indonesia in 30 minutes, followed by question and answer for 10 to 15 minutes. Prof. Koh Yong Han, the time is yours.
Selamat pagi dan selamat sejahtera, saya Prof. Ko yang mengajar Bahasa dan Sastra Indonesia di Korea. Hari ini saya mau menyentuh sedikit banyak tentang penerapan smart learning dalam internasionalisasi bahasa Indonesia. Sudah lebih kurang 30 tahun saya mengajar Bahasa dan Sastra Indonesia di Korea. Coba bayangkan kita setiap kali, maksudnya setiap semester, sebagai salah seorang staf pengajar, kontennya sama. Maksud saya, kalau 30 tahun terus, saya mengajar konten yang sama. Kalau misalkan saya mengajar tata bahasa Indonesia, setiap kali, setiap semester, saya mengajar isi, maksudnya kontennya yang sama. Itu sangat jemu dan menjemukan gitu. Jadi sudah 10 tahun saya menerapkan flipped learning dalam kelas saya. Jadi sekarang generasi muda kalau seandainya gurunya ataupun dosennya mengadakan one man show di depan mereka itu agak jemu. Jadi kalau dosen setiap kali, setiap semester bercanda pun sama. Jadi bagi dosen pun agak jemu lah. Jadi hari ini saya akan memperkenalkan flipped learning yang diadakan di Korea. Terus kita coba bincang tentang internasionalisasi bahasa Indonesia. Jadi materinya bagaimana di depan? Sudah ada. Materinya kita proses ya. Jadi bahasa Indonesia ini sudah menjadi bahasa ilmiah. Bahasa Indonesia ini sudah menjadi lingua franca di Kepulauan Indonesia sejak abad ke-15. Jadi sekarang menurut datanya sejumlah 130 lembaga penyelenggara BIPA di 45 negara. Dan ada Undang-Undang Nomor 24 Tahun 2019, isinya pemerintah meningkatkan fungsi bahasa Indonesia menjadi bahasa internasional secara bertahap, sistematis, dan berkelanjutan. Sebenarnya soal internasionalisasi bahasa itu sudah lama. 30 tahun yang lalu, sekitar tahun 1995, mungkin ada Kongres BIPA di Jakarta. Waktu itu salah seorang ahli Indonesia di Cina juga menjadi staf pengajar di Peking University, namanya Profesor Jong Anjing, sudah menyajikan makalah tentang internasionalisasi bahasa Indonesia itu. Jadi kita masih menyentuh apa itu soal itu kan. Materinya belum muncul ya. Jadi mau kasih lihat fotonya. Korea Foundation itu satu badan dari pemerintah Korea menerbitkan majalah Koreana. Majalah Koreana ini sangat bagus dan penting karena saya kira salah satu majalah yang bagus untuk memperkenalkan Korea ke luar Korea. Jadi di sini ada maksudnya kontennya bagus. Jadi ini majalah Koreana ini diterbitkan dalam 9 bahasa. Salah satunya bahasa Indonesia. Jadi itu berarti bahasa Indonesia sudah menjadi bahasa internasional. Jadi maksudnya majalah Koreana diterbitkan juga dalam bahasa Indonesia ini membuktikan bahwa bahasa Indonesia sudah menjadi bahasa internasional. Kami kebetulan saja saya menjadi pimpinan redakturnya untuk Koreana karena majalah Koreana ini isinya sama, tapi hanya diterjemahkan ke dalam berbagai bahasa. Jadi kalau edisi bahasa Indonesia, saya menjadi editor in chief-nya. Jadi kita bisa akses dari internet koreana.or.kr saja. Di situ ada banyak info, maksudnya setiap edisi punya fitur khusus, terus ada tulisan tentang makanan, K-pop, dan lain-lainnya. Dan setiap edisi punya cerpen juga. Jadi 4 kali diterbitkan dalam beberapa tahun yang lalu ada seorang wartawan Indonesia, dia kontak saya, jadi dia mau meliput Korea, jadi kebetulan dia membaca majalah Koreananya, jadi dia bilang dia dapat banyak info tentang Korea. Oke, terus ya oke. Halaman kedua, terus oke di sini. Ininya majalah Koreana. Jadi kalau kita masuk ke internet koreana.or.kr kita bisa baca semua kontennya. Jadi ini diterbitkan dalam 9 bahasa, termasuk bahasa Indonesia. Terus tahun lalu, ya, halaman berikutnya. Halaman berikutnya. Oke, di sini. Tahun lalu saya sempat memberi kuliah umum di Akademi Pengajian Islam Universiti Malaya. Jadi Universiti Malaya pun UM. Tadi mereka sebutkan UM karena ada pengaruh dari Inggris. Di sini UM sama juga kan. Jadi waktu itu saya memberi kuliah umum tentang bahasa Melayu juga dan agama Islam dan lain-lainnya. Jadi waktu itu saya memberi peringatan kepada mereka karena bahasa Malaysia, bahasa Melayu di Malaysia sudah rusak. Karena apa? Mereka tidak menggunakan bahasa Melayu dan juga tidak menggunakan bahasa Inggris. Maksudnya bahasanya campur-campur. Jadi di dalam satu kalimat ada istilah bahasa Inggris, ada istilah bahasa Melayu. Itu bukan bahasa Melayu asli juga. Jadi bagi orang asing seperti saya yang mendalami bahasa dan budaya sastra Indonesia dan Malaysia itu, gejala seperti itu memberi kesan yang jelek sekali. Karena nama prodi kami di Korea prodi Melayu Indonesia. Jadi kami mendalami Melayu dan Indonesia. Jadi bukan hanya bahasa saja. Jadi Malay Indonesia Studies. Jadi target prodi kami itu mengeluarkan ahli Indonesia dan ahli Malaysia gitu. Jadi tapi orang Melayu di Malaysia mereka menggunakan bahasa gado-gado, bahasa campur itu. Tidak ada alasannya kami terus meneliti tentang Malaysia. Kalau seandainya mereka terus menggunakan bahasa gado-gado seperti itu, anak-anak murid saya di Korea, mereka kecewa sekali. Jadi tahun lalu pun ketika saya ke sana, mereka ngomel kepada saya. Pak, saya ke sini, saya ke Malaysia untuk mempelajari bahasa Melayu, tapi orang-orang Melayu sendiri menggunakan bahasa Inggris. Itu pun bukan bahasa Inggris, tapi bahasa campuran gitu. Jadi saya memberi peringatan bahwa kalau seandainya gejala ini berlangsung, kemungkinan besar pihak prodi kami akan menghapus istilah Melayu dalam nama jurusan kami. Jadi nama jurusan kami seperti dikatakan tadi, prodi Melayu Indonesia itu akan dijadikan prodi Indonesia saja gitu. Jadi orang yang Malaysia pun mereka mau mengantara bangsakan. Jadi mereka menggunakan istilah antara bangsa. Jadi mengantara bangsakan bahasa Melayu. Tapi ternyata mereka sendiri tidak menggunakan bahasa baku. Oh, mana mungkin orang asing menggunakan bahasa Melayu. Dan mereka mengadakan seminar ataupun workshop yang mewah di salah satu hotel mewah di Kuala Lumpur. Hanya itu saja. Jadi mereka sendiri yang harus menggunakan bahasa baku. Jadi Indonesia pun sama juga. Jadi kalau pihak Indonesia mau menginternalisasikan bahasa Indonesia, orang Indonesia sendiri harus menggunakan bahasa baku. Gitu. Jadi kalau saya bertemu dengan teman-teman saya di Indonesia, ada gejala sok Inggris gitu. Jadi mereka suka mau pakai istilah Inggris gitu. Tapi ternyata bahasa Inggris itu tidak ada kaitannya dengan perkembangan ekonomi. Korea, Jepang, kalau misalkan Korea, Jepang, Jerman, Prancis dan lain-lainnya, mereka tidak menguasai bahasa Inggris. Saya sempat mengajar di Frankfurt University tahun 2017. Jadi orang Jerman walaupun di hotel sedikit mewah itu, di front desk itu pegawainya itu, pelayan itu tidak pakai bahasa Inggris. Jadi kita tidak ada alasan yang harus menguasai bahasa Inggris. Maksudnya menguasai bahasa Inggris oke, tapi tidak ada alasan menggunakan bahasa Inggris di kehidupan sehari-harinya. Gitu. Memang tentu saja kalau pekerjaannya berkaitan dengan Inggris harus fasih berbahasa Inggris, tapi orang lainnya tidak. Gitu. Maksudnya gara-gara bahasa Inggris tidak ada sebab kita mengabaikan bahasa ibunda kita gitu, bahasa Indonesia gitu. Terus kemudian ya halaman selanjutnya ada peraturan Presiden nomor 63. Jadi isinya Presiden dan Wakil Presiden diwajibkan menggunakan bahasa Indonesia di forum-forum resmi di luar negeri. Ini salah satu langkah untuk menginternalisasikan bahasa Indonesia. Jadi dengan begitu, jati diri bangsa Indonesia dapat terlihat melalui penggunaan bahasa Indonesia tersebut. Hal ini juga dilakukan agar semakin banyak masyarakat dunia yang mengenal bahasa Indonesia. Terus kemudian halaman berikutnya. Halaman berikutnya, ya, tahun 2019, bulan November, ada Forum Dewan Guru Besar Indonesia keempat yang diadakan di UNESA di Surabaya itu. Saya sendiri menyertai forum itu. Di situ ada satu penetapan bahwa para pakar internasional menghasilkan sebuah deklarasi penggunaan bahasa Indonesia sebagai bahasa ilmiah internasional. Maksudnya bahasa Indonesia sudah mampu dijadikan sebagai bahasa ilmiah. Terus
slide berikutnya.
Ya, sebenarnya bidang saya kritik sastra Indonesia, bukan mengajar bahasa Indonesia, tapi terpaksa kami di Korea harus mengajar juga bahasa Indonesia. Jadi saya menerbitkan buku tentang Pak Pram di Gramedia. Jadi Pak Pram pernah menggunakan istilah bangsa Melayu besar. Jadi bangsa Melayu Basara itu apa? Seluruh bangsa yang berbahasa Melayu di dalam dan luar Hindia, maksudnya Indonesia, berarti selain Hindia termasuklah Malaya seluruhnya, kecuali yang berbahasa Cina, serta orang-orang yang berbahasa Melayu di Siam dan lain-lainnya gitu. Jadi modelnya novel Bumi Manusia itu Raden Mas Tirto Adisruyo. Jadi Tirto Adisruyo itu kita tahu bahwa dia dipanggil sebagai Bapak Pers Nasional karena dia menerbitkan Medan Puriai dalam bahasa Melayu gitu. Jadi Tirto Adisruyo itu menekankan penggunaan bahasa Melayu. Maksudnya kalau dibandingkan dengan Budi Utomo, jadi Budi Utomo itu mereka menggunakan bahasa Jawa karena Budi Utomo hanya untuk daerah Jawa dan Madura saja. Tapi kalau apa itu yang dibikin diorganisasikan oleh Tirto Adisruyo itu namanya Syarikat Islam itu untuk seluruh kepulauan Indonesia. Jadi Tirto Adisruyo menekankan penggunaan bahasa Melayu karena bahasa Melayu waktu itu sudah menjadi lingua francanya. Oke, slide berikutnya. Ya, ini waktunya mepet, kita ini saja. Jadi siapa yang mengajak bangsa-bangsa pribumi bicara kalau bukan pengarang-pengarangnya sendiri seperti Tuhan itu. Jadi karena waktu itu Mingko menulis tulisan dalam koran yang berbahasa Melayu itu. Jadi penulis-penulis itu yang penting gitu. Terus slide berikutnya. Dan Hoffman juga pernah mengatakan bahwa bahasa Melayu telah diperkenalkan di daerah Ambon dan lain-lainnya. Jadi kita pindah ke ini, the breakup of the Britain. Dan slide berikutnya terus, waktunya mepet ya. Terus lagi. Terus, oke, terus. Ya, terus lagi. Terus, ya di sini. Ini Tom Nairn pernah mengatakan bahwa the new middle class intelligentsia of nationalism had to invite the masses into history. And the invitation card had to be written in a language they understand. Jadi kalau mau mengundang orang, kalau misalkan ada seorang pemuda mau nikah, jadi dia mau mengundang teman-temannya. Tapi kalau dia mengirim undangannya dalam bahasa Rusia, itu enggak mungkin teman-temannya datang. Kalau kita mau undang teman-temannya harus menulis undangan dalam bahasa Indonesia itu kan. Jadi bahasanya sangat penting maksudnya. Oke, terus. Oke, terus lagi. Slide berikutnya. Jadi ya, enggak. Ya, slide sebelumnya. Baru-baru ini, maksudnya tahun lalu, saya menyelesaikan proyek penelitian dari pemerintah Korea. Saya membuat chatbot pembelajaran bahasa Indonesia. Namanya EDI. Jadi chatbot ini, kalau seorang pembelajar bahasa Indonesia, dia mengajukan pertanyaan di chatbot ini, langsung diberi jawaban. Ini setahu saya pertama kali di seluruh dunia. Kami dapat dana dari pemerintah Indonesia sejumlah 17 miliar rupiah. Jadi selama 2 tahun setengah kami bikin chatbot ini. Jadi saya menyediakan big data-nya. Big data-nya ini dari flipped learning yang saya laksanakan. Terus di Korea ada KAIST itu macam ITB di Korea, macam MIT di Koreanya. Jadi mereka pihak KAIST itu menyediakan teknologinya. Jadi 2 tahun setengah kami sudah menyelesaikan chatbot ini. Jadi salah seorang mahasiswa S2, dia dari ITB, dia sedang menyelesaikan S2-nya di KAIST itu. Jadi dia juga ikut. Jadi kami sudah membuat chatbot AD untuk pembelajar bahasa Indonesia, maksudnya untuk orang Korea, tapi juga membuat chatbot pembelajaran bahasa Korea juga. Oke, slide berikut. Kami dapat dananya dengan tema ini, Development of Effective Virtual TA Teaching Assistance Business Model Based on Deep Learning for Foreign Language Education. Ini foreign language itu maksudnya bahasa Indonesia. Di sini poin penting bukan bahasa Inggris, bukan bahasa Cina, bahasa Indonesia yang terpilih gitu. Ini membuktikan pihak Korea menganggap penting bahasa Indonesia gitu. Jadi mereka sudi mengeluarkan dana untuk proyek penelitian ini. Slide berikutnya. Oke, terus slide berikutnya. Sekarang era new normal kan, era new normal. Jadi ada banyak yang berubah. Jadi gara-gara COVID gitu dituntut metode pembelajaran bahasa asing yang sesuai zamannya. Sesuai zamannya ini maksudnya generasi muda seperti dikatakan tadi, kalau di ruang kelas hanya mendengarkan saja itu sudah jemu. Jadi kita perlu memberi perhatian khusus kepada smart learning ataupun blended learning ataupun flipped learning. Dan perlu memanfaatkan teknologi canggih dan gawai canggihnya gitu. Slide berikutnya. Prodi Indonesia di Korea sudah didirikan pada tahun 1964. Jadi tahun lalu kami akan merayakan 60 tahun anniversary-nya itu. Jadi sekarang kami menerima 60-70 orang mahasiswa baru di bawah Prodi Indonesia. Kali 4 240 orang. Terus ada juga anak-anak di Prodi lain mengambil bahasa Indonesianya. Jadi itu lebih banyak. Jadi setiap tahun 200 orang yang mengambil Prodi Indonesianya. Itu juga sudah membuktikan bahwa bahasa Indonesia banyak disukai oleh dunia luar. Oke, slide berikutnya. Ya, slide berikutnya juga. Oke. Tahun 2018 Pak Jokowi sempat memberi kuliah umum di kampus kami. Jadi ada selfie. Ya, pokoknya jaket prodi kami itu diberikan kepada Pak Jokowi. Jadi sepulangnya dari Korea, Pak Jokowi kasih ini tweetnya, isinya hari ketiga di Korea Selatan saya datang untuk memberikan kuliah umum di Hanguk University of Foreign Studies. Saya merasa terhormat diundang ke kampus yang juga pernah menghadirkan Presiden Amerika Serikat Barack Obama, Presiden Uni Soviet Mikhail Gorbachev, hingga Sekretaris Jenderal PBB Ban Ki-moon untuk berbicara di atas podium ini. Oke, slide berikutnya. Ya, flip learning ini flipped learning. Jadi flip ini maksudnya terbalik gitu kan. Jadi kalau yang learning yang biasanya itu guru mengajar di dalam ruang kelas dan pelajarnya kalau di rumah belajar lagi, tapi ini terbalik. Jadi pembelajar itu belajar dulu di rumah dengan menggunakan application book. Application book ini penting. Terus kalau mereka begitu masuk ke kampus, mereka mengadakan offline activity-nya gitu. Jadi sebentar saja saya kasih lihat, saya membuat 5 application book. Jadi dengan application book ini, mereka belajar di rumah. Ini bukan video saja. Mungkin ini bisa enggak. Jadi ini percakapan bahasa Indonesia, gitu, percakapan bahasa Indonesia ya. Ada videonya.
Apa? Monas itu monumen nasional. Yunji sudah pernah ke sana? Belum. Jauh tidak begitu jauh.
Dan kemudian saya menguraikannya, menguraikan tata bahasa, kalimat dasar dan lain-lainnya seperti ini. 나tional 국가기념관입니다. 국가기념관에 관한 다음은 함께 공부하도록 하겠습니다. Seperti inilah, jadi saya menguraikannya itu, yang tadi percakapannya itu.
daripada anaknya. Anak perempuan saya naik 딸이죠. naik 딸은
terus bisa dengar.
Pernah.
Seperti itu. Terus kalimat pun bisa dengar juga.
Amelia, Monas itu apa? Monas itu monumen nasional.
Terus mereka bisa coba tulis juga. Kalau tekan ini ada muncul soal dan dia coba dulu begini dan ngecek jawaban dan langsung dengar.
Sudah pernah ke Bali?
Seperti ini. Terus ada latihan juga, ada kalimat dasar. Kalimat dasarnya dia sudah pernah ke Jakarta 2 tahun lalu bersama temannya. Jadi kalau saya tekan start button muncul katanya. Kalau muncul kata saya kan, jadi ini dia harus diganti dengan saya kan. Jadi saya kasih 7 detik. Jadi dia coba dulu.
Pernah ke Jakarta 2 tahun lalu bersama temannya.
Terus ada kata ke Bali kan. Jadi kalau gitu ke Jakarta itu harus diganti dengan ke Bali gitu.
Saya sudah pernah ke Bali 2 tahun lalu bersama temannya.
Oke, terus kalau uji percakapan ini kita bisa rekam suara sendiri gitu. Subtitlenya ada 2, Korea dan Indonesia. Jadi sengaja subtitle Indonesianya sengaja disembunyikan. Kalau misalnya dia sudah pernah ke Amerika. Jadi tekan mic, langsung bicara. Dian sudah pernah ke Amerika. Tekan mic, langsung bicara. Dian sudah pernah ke Amerika. Terus dengar originalnya.
Pernah ke Amerika?
Terus ada menyimak juga, menyimak.
Itu yang paling tepat yang berhubungan dengan soal berikut.
Jadi coba kasih jawaban seperti ini dan cek jawabannya. Dan cek jawaban. Terus alasan Kenapa salah seperti itu? Jadi dengan ini mereka bisa belajar di rumah. Jadi kalau setiap kali ngajar ini di depan pelajar itu agak jemu. Jadi kalau dengan ini mereka bisa belajar di rumah. Terus kalau masuk ke ruang kelas, kami mengadakan offline activity-nya. Offline activity-nya bermacam-macam gitu. Jadi ininya konsep flipped learning. Ya. Terus slide berikutnya. Ya, jadi seperti dikatakan, kalau tradisional seperti ini, tapi flipped learning itu mereka belajar dulu di rumah dan di classroom activities-nya itu berbeda. Ya, slide berikutnya ada banyak ahli-ahli tentang flipped learning itu punya banyak pendapatnya, pandangannya gitu. Oke, slide berikutnya. Jadi saya kalau mau menerapkan flipped learning ke pembelajaran bahasa itu ada beberapa syaratnya. Adapun yang penting itu penyediaan bahan kuliah digital, maksudnya buku aplikasi e-book dan lain-lainnya. Jadi saya tidak memakai buku kertas, pakai e-book. Terus application book. Jadi salah satu application booknya ada ini juga.
Keceriaan anak-anak seakan menyiratkan kenyamanan menimba ilmu dari
Di bawah muncul katanya, kosakatanya gitu, dan ada subtitle Indonesia dan Korea juga ada. Jadi
pada 3 tahun yang
kalau sudah maksudnya semester kedua, mereka bisa menggunakan e-book ini, application book ini di subway. Karena kalau mau masuk kampus agak lama kan, jadi 30 menit 1 jam gitu. Jadi di dalam subway ataupun di dalam bus mereka bisa dengar ini. Kalau setiap kali dengar ini sangat membantu mereka untuk menguasai bahasa Indonesia. Ini berita dari Metro TV-nya.
Prof, mohon maaf, waktunya tinggal 2 menit lagi.
2 menit, oke. Jadi penyediaan device-nya itu penting karena ini agak mahal, tapi kalau awal semesternya itu kami kasih diskon 99% diskon kepada anak-anak muridnya gitu, karena anak-anak muridnya itu kalau mau beli dengan harga besar mahal, agak susah kan, jadi kasih diskon 99%. Ini harga normalnya $200 gitu, karena ini untuk orang-orang pegawai-pegawai yang akan dikirim ke Indonesia, jadi mereka belajar sendiri di rumah bahasa Indonesianya gitu. Jadi ini dijual untuk mereka, tapi untuk anak-anak murid saya kami kasih diskon 99%. Oke, jadi saya mau kasih lihat suasananya kelas saya. Ya, slide berikutnya. Slide berikut. Coba, ada videonya.
Slide berikutnya bisa dibantu video ya, Prof, yang mau ditampilkan.
Ada videonya, slide berikut. Oke, ya, situ. Kasih lihat.
발레 인도네시아 국가입니다.
Ada satu lagi slide. Berikutnya juga. Berikut. Terus ada wawancara mahasiswa jurusan bahasa Inggris. Satu lagi. Terus slide berikut. Ya itu. Coba. Nah, sebelum itu, ininya video. Oke.
혁신적이었다고
굉장히 새로웠습니다. 색달랐던 신선한 재밌게 능동적으로 더 효과적으로 상당히 만족합니다. 책이 아닌 아이패드를 사용했는데 책을 계속 사용했다면 뭔가 좀 재미가 덜 없어지고 집중이 더 안 됐을 것 같아서
아이패드는 약간 이게 직접 이론을 듣고 활동 활동도 구체적으로 하다 보니까 이게 좀 능동적으로 수업을 할 수 있었다.
책보다 훨씬 더 가볍고 또 태블릿 PC라는 게 아무래도 저희에게는 좀 더 친근하다 보니까 손에 잡힐 때 생각날 때마다
평소에 그냥 수업을 듣고 싶을 때 자유롭게 들을 수 있어서 그게 제일 좋았던 것 같고
과제하는 것도 매우 편리하게 할 수 있었고
발음도 바로바로 들을 수 있고 회화 앱을 통해서 실제 회화를 공부할 수 있어서 확실하게 수업에서 느낀 부분이 있다면
동영상 강의가 있기 때문에 복습도 다른 수업에 비해서 그 원활했던 점
모르는 내용을 다시 볼 수 있어서 좋았고
공부하는 빈도도 꽤 많이 늘어서
학업에 더욱 효율적이었습니다.
미리 아이패드를 통해서 교수님의 강의를 듣고 오다 보니까 반복하는 효과가 있어서
인터넷 강의랑 상당히 비슷했던 것 같은데 그 점에서는 좀 듣기 편안했고 익숙해서
선행학습을 할 수 있었던 것이 좋았고
교수님께서 설명하시는 것을 더 쉽게 이해할 수 있어서
제가 알지 못했던 많은 것들에 대해서 좀 배울 수 있었던 것
Saya
같아요.
kira itu
오히려
cukup. Jadi
미리 수업을
kesimpulan
듣고
saya,
이렇게 와가지고 다양한
kalau mau menginternalisasikan bahasa Indonesia itu memang peraturan undang-undang itu memang perlu dan penting juga. Tapi itu untuk orang-orang Indonesia kan. Jadi kalau mau membuat orang asing belajar bahasa Indonesia itu perlu juga kita pakai smart learning ataupun maksudnya kita perlu mengembangkan cara yang lain dalam pengajaran bahasa Indonesia gitu. Itu kesimpulan saya. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih, Prof. Koh, atas materi yang disampaikan, sangat menarik dan sangat bermanfaat untuk kami. Prof. Koh, saya jadi ingin tahu sebelum kita ke sesi tanya jawab ya. Tadi sudah disampaikan tentang chatbot pembelajaran bahasa Indonesia begitu, dan ternyata antusiasme mahasiswa ini sangat efektif dan efisien. Nah, yang saya ingin tanyakan, apa kunci sukses dalam penerapan smart learning dalam upaya internasionalisasi bahasa Indonesia?
Maksudnya apa?
Apa kunci sukses?
Kunci suksesnya.
Ya, betul.
Ya, jadi kunci suksesnya itu kita perlu mempersiapkan beberapa syaratnya itu, maksudnya prasarananya gitu. Jadi kalau pertama, kalau mau menerapkan smart learning ataupun flipped learning, harus ada application book-nya gitu. Jadi kita suruh anak-anak muridnya belajar di rumah dengan video saja, saya rasa belum cukup. Kalau video saja, sama dengan kuliah di ruangan kelas. Kalau video saja itu lebih jemu daripada yang offline-nya gitu kan. Jadi perlu buat application book seperti ini, walaupun tidak hampir sama, tidak persis sama. Terus perlu juga dananya gitu, karena application book saya ini berjalan di iPad saja, karena tapi ada anak-anak murid yang belum punya iPad. Kalau itu pihak kampus kami, pihak prodi kami menyediakan iPad-nya dan meminjamkan iPad-nya kepada pelajarnya gitu. Jadi perlu juga dana. Ya.
Baik, terima kasih Prof. Koh. Baik, apakah ada pertanyaan dari peserta yang ada di sini ataupun peserta yang ada di link Zoom? Silahkan. Adakah yang ingin bertanya?
Ada, Dok. Moderator. Ya, saya Jaja Jamaludin.
Dari peserta di link Zoom sepertinya ya. Ada pertanyaan? Dari Pak Jaja Jamaludin. Silakan Pak Jaja.
Ya, baik, terima kasih Prof. Tadi yang menarik bahwa bahasa dikaitkan dengan dampak-dampak positif terhadap kinerja ekonomi ataupun ilmu pengetahuan. Prof tadi menyebut bahwa bahasa Inggris tidaklah identik dengan perkembangan teknologi begitu. Misalnya Prof kasih contoh Jerman dan Korea sendiri gitu. Nah, yang menarik dalam pertanyaan saya ingin menanyakan langsung antara Indonesia dan Korea, apakah Prof punya semacam data riset yang menunjukkan bahwa relasi penggunaan bahasa di antara dua negara, misalnya Korea dan Indonesia, itu dampak positifnya sangat signifikan terhadap kinerja pembangunan, kemudian juga mungkin kalau pertukaran pelajar udah otomatis lah dengan sendirinya gitu. Tapi yang diharapkan itu adalah kinerja bilateral secara ekonomi, ya. Karena ini akan menyangkut kesejahteraan begitu. Jadi bagaimana nanti bahasa itu ternyata berdampaknya luas sekali terhadap kesejahteraan melalui kinerja pembangunan misalnya. Itu yang pertama. Yang kedua, apakah Korea dan Indonesia memiliki semacam channel yang khusus begitu, bagaimana bertukar informasi yang intensif ya. Saya membandingkannya, mohon maaf, misalnya di salah satu radio nasional El Sinta itu Cina dan Jepang memiliki acara khusus. Bagaimana itu selain juga menggunakan bahasa Indonesia, seluruh informasi di dua negara itu selalu di-sharing setiap hari begitu. Nah, apakah di Korea dan Indonesia punya nggak acara semacam itu, Prof? Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum.
Baik, terima kasih Pak Jaja Jamaludin. Jadi ada dua pertanyaan, Prof. Yang pertama itu, apakah bahasa berdampak positif terhadap kehidupan ekonomi antara kedua belah negara? Begitu. Yang kedua tadi adalah apakah pemerintah Indonesia begitu ya dengan pemerintah Korea ini punya hal yang sama seperti yang dilakukan oleh pemerintah Indonesia dan Cina. Jadi mereka menayangkan berbagai macam aktiviti dalam bahasa Cina. Nah, kalau di Korea apakah juga ada kegiatan demikian? Iya. Jadi kalau di Cina itu kan setiap hari di Indonesia ada aktiviti yang ditayangkan melalui pertelevisian itu ya Prof, dengan menggunakan bahasa Cina gitu sehingga berdampak. Nah, kalau di Korea apakah juga ada kegiatan seperti itu?
Terima kasih Bapak. Tadi pertanyaan yang sangat penting. Tahun 2000 mungkin saya diundang ke Pasuruan. Di Pasuruan dekat sini kan ada CJ Indonesia gitu. Waktu itu namanya CSA, Jail Samsung Astra. Waktu itu mereka membangun pabrik CSA, Jail Samsung Astra itu. Jadi barang 300 orang pekerja Korea langsung dikirim ke sini dan mereka membangun pabriknya CJ Indonesia. Jadi setiap hari timbul masalah karena perbedaan budayanya. Orang Korea, pekerja-pekerja Korea di tempat lokasinya itu mereka agak kasar. Jadi tidak begitu sopan kepada masyarakat Indonesia di sini. Jadi waktu itu direktur utamanya itu mengundang saya dan Pak Selo Sumarjan. Pak Selo Sumarjan sudah kenalkan antropolog yang terkenal dari UI. Itu jadi Pak Selo Sumarjan memberi ceramah tentang budaya Indonesia kepada orang-orang Korea. Saya memberi ceramah kepada pekerja-pekerja Indonesia tentang budaya Korea gitu. Jadi poin penting dari Pak Selo Sumarjan itu penggunaan bahasanya gitu. Jadi Pak Selo Sumarjan waktu itu langsung bilang kalau seandainya Anda, maksudnya orang-orang Korea di sini, kalau seandainya Anda dipanggil oleh orang-orang Indonesia di sini sebagai Bapak atau Pak, maksudnya Pak Kim, Pak Lee, Pak Ko seperti itu sudah membuktikan Anda sudah sukses bertugas di Indonesia gitu. Maksudnya kalau dia orang-orang Korea di situ, dia tidak menguasai bahasa Indonesia, hanya menggunakan bahasa Inggris saja, tidak mungkin orang-orang Indonesia panggil dia Pak Kim, Pak Ko. Pasti dipanggil Mr. Ko ataupun Mr. Kim gitu kan. Jadi kalau dia panggil Bapak itu sudah ada kepercayaannya gitu. Dan saya kenal sebenarnya di Indonesia itu hampir 10% dari lulusan kami sedang bekerja di sini ataupun sudah bekerja di sini dan pulang gitu. Itu cukup besarnya itu. Jadi lulusan kami ataupun walaupun bukan lulusan dari kami itu, mereka yang sukses bisnis di Indonesia itu hampir semua menguasai bahasa Indonesia ataupun bahasa Inggris gitu. Jadi coba bayangkan, saya mau jual barang saya, maksudnya jual handphone Samsung. Jadi saya harus menjelaskan sejelas mungkin tentang handphone HP-nya gitu kan. Kalau misalnya ataupun saya punya satu proyek pembangunan, jadi saya harus menguraikannya sejelas mungkin. Jadi kalau bahasanya kurang, pasti hasilnya tidak baik gitu kan. Jadi bahasa itu penting untuk bisnisnya itu. Dan di Korea kebanyakan perusahaan besar, konglomerat dan lain-lainnya, kalau mereka mau menerima pegawai barunya pasti menguji kemahiran bahasanya gitu, bahasa Inggris atau bahasa Indonesia dan lain-lain gitu. Yang kemudian di Korea juga ada pihak KBRI di Korea juga menyelenggarakan acara untuk memperkenalkan budaya Indonesia di Korea. Dan di kampus kami juga anak-anak murid, pelajar-pelajar di Prodi Indonesia setiap semester menyelenggarakan acara Pesta Indonesia. Jadi mereka bikin mie goreng dan lain-lainnya dan jual. Dan 1 bulan lalu pun saya ke tempat itu dan membelikan makanan Indonesia kepada teman-teman saya. Jadi maksudnya acara memperkenalkan budaya Indonesia di Korea ada juga, Bapak.
Baik, Terima kasih Prof. Koh, menarik sekali diskusi kita hari ini. Akan tetapi karena waktu yang terbatas, maka saya harus mengakhiri diskusi ini. Prof. Koh Yang Han, terima kasih sekali atas materi yang disampaikan. Terima kasih juga kepada para peserta yang terlibat aktif dalam sesi ini. Saya mohon maaf apabila ada sikap dan tutur kata yang terucap dalam membersamai di sesi ini. Selanjutnya adalah pemberian sertifikat kepada Profesor Dr. Koh Yang Han. Silakan, Prof. Baik, untuk menutup sesi ini, perkenankan saya membacakan pantun untuk Prof. Koh. Ada pantun untuk Prof. Koh. Jalan-jalan ke kota Semarang, jangan lupa membeli buah-buahan. Selamat datang kepada Prof. Koh Yang Han di Universitas Negeri Malang. Terima kasih untuk ilmu yang telah diberikan. Baik, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The next session will be moderated by Miss Betty Istanti Suwandayani. Miss Betty, time is yours.
Okay, thank you for my opportunity. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Betty Istanti Suwandayani, and I'm your moderator for this session. Okay, it is my pleasure to welcome all of you in this conference. Before we start, Prof. Adi, welcome. Okay, before we start the last session, can I hear your voice today? Okay, if I say hi, you can answer hello, all right? Hi. Okay. Before we start our session, I would like to give you some information. We are using hybrid model for our conference. So there are several participants both online and offline mode. If you join this conference through Zoom meeting, you can talk to us or asking a question during the webinar using a chat box. For the participants who are in this venue, please raise hand or have any question at the end of the section. We will have a wonderful keynote speaker in here. Maybe we'll present their presentation for around 45 minutes and will be followed by the Q&A section in this set of the end. All right, everyone is good? Okay. Well, I will invite our speaker in the podium. This is Prof. Dr. Adi Atmoko, MSc, MPD. Give applause for Prof. Adi. Okay, first I would like to read her short CV.
Prof. Adi Atmoko MSc MBD was inaugurated as a professor in educational psychology on January 2023 at Graha Cakrawala. In his inaugural speech, Prof. Adi discussed about learning that needs diversity to achieve harmony and form the character of learners. He said that learning the needs diversity is achieving harmony theoretical must be built starting for the teacher educational insight. And then his educational background includes a Bachelor of Guidance and Counseling from Iclirbe Semarang, a Master Psychology from Universitas Pajajaran, a Master of Islamic Education from Universitas Islam Malang, and Doctoral in Educational Psychology from Universitas Negeri Malang. And then, wow, one of the IPRs produced by him is a counseling guide based on the local wisdom based on Suryo Mentaram's view on overcome student academic procrastination. Okay, give applause for Prof. Adi Atmoko. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I think it's the time of the main agenda. Prof. Adi, okay, ready? The time is yours, Prof. Adi.
Thank you, Mbak Betty. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, saya pakai bahasa gado-gado saja ya. Kurang lancar bahasa Inggris dan lebih bangga berbahasa Indonesia. Kadang malu sama Prof. Koh ini. Tapi tetap harus menguasai bahasa Inggris ya, paling tidak pasif. Nanti akan dibantu oleh Mbak Betty untuk translate in English. Okay, my issues present in this time that is emotional behavior issues in online learning. Use of information technology. We know that emotion in learning, learning using internet technology or online is increasingly common at various level of education, elementary school, junior school, senior school, vocational, or high education. Yeah. And technology, we know, have some limits. Yeah. Misalnya, the intensity of teaching, learning, interaction, or relationship. Yeah. Who can positive relationship, emotional relationship. Yeah. And learning, online learning, we always of camera, yeah, noise, signal, maybe you can sleep or you do another thing di luar dari online itu sendiri ya. Yeah. And in this same side, emotion or affection is in the classroom determine our behavior. Yeah, even teacher or students. Sini, nggak kelihatan. Oh. Yes, emotion affect learning effectiveness for students, or emotion can increasing energy and engagement in learning for teachers or lecturers. Emotion determine determine decision making and action. Teacher action maybe can getting angry, snapping, pitching, etc. Yeah. Lecture, ignoring students, getting upset, giving grade to the end to be negative. This caused by emotion. Teacher action also determine the quality of learning and student achievement. Tergantung dosenmu mau ngasih berapa, gitu ya. Nah, itu tergantung juga mood, ya, suasana hati dosen. This is models of teacher action in learning atau offline learning in elementary school by Widianto. Pattern of emotion and action ada seperti ini. Positive emotion drive teacher action in the form of familiarity and guidance. Ya, positif. Menyayangi, mendekati, senyum. This is a drive from emotion, positive emotion. Negative emotion and the opposite drive teacher action in the form a threat, punishment, galak, ya, ya, ngecing, tahu ngecing ya, 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 ya. Teacher emotion are triggered by students' emotional behavior. Ya, tingkah laku siswa itu memicu emosi guru. Gregeten, tahu ya gregeten ya. Ya. And teacher emotional stability determines the quality of teacher action. Tadi malam bertengkar dengan suaminya, emosinya lagi tidak stabil, ada siswa bermain HP ataupun apa, terpicu oleh perilaku itu menjadi emosional. Perilaku guru menjadi emosional, menjewer. Tahu ya kemarin ada yang menghukum muridnya lari lapangan siang-siang tanpa sepatu. Nah, itu perilaku emosional guru, ya. Ya mungkin malamnya atau tanggal tua nggak punya uang, ya, mungkin bisa jadi. Ya. For lecture, job emotional exhaustion, main factor is overload, ya, high workload, and less suitable work reward. Gajinya nggak seberapa, tugasnya berjibun. Itu menimbulkan tension, emotional tension. Family environment. Bu Rara putranya sakit, ya bisa menimbulkan exhaustion dan seterusnya ya, sama ya. But in the lectures, not caused by conflict between the role of lecturer and students. Kita tahu lecture is top dog, ya, while student is underdog. Nah, sehingga kalau ada konflik, dosen nggak ngaruh, ya, tapi mahasiswa nangis, nggak tidur semalaman. This is my finding in disertasi. Teacher action determined by teacher emotion. About 80%. Jadi perilaku Anda di sini 80% ditentukan oleh perasaanmu di sini. Kalau bosan gitu ya, mungkin HP gitu ya. Kalau nggak dipaksain sama Prof. Toton mungkin nggak mau datang. Tapi kalau enjoy, seneng ya sama Prof. Ko, sama nanti Bu Dr. Salina kemarin, dan seterusnya, karena senang gitu ya, cinta, walaupun punya bensin hanya 1 liter, yang dicintai itu ada jarak 10 km, ya tetap didatengin ya, walaupun hujan-hujan. Karena ada positive emotion, love gitu ya, cinta ya. Coba nggak ada cinta, boro-boro datang, ngelihat aja, unek-unek. This is emotion. Ya. Sehingga kita atau Anda harus sangat memperhatikan emotion state. Anda emosinya sekarang lagi apa? Bad mood, good mood. For the women, especially menjelang menstruasi umumnya bad mood, betul? Ya, berarti hormonal juga. Hati-hati, para suami jangan mendekati istrinya menjelang itu, apalagi pas tanggal tua gitu ya. Oke. Teacher emotion caused by teacher appraisal about fact, fenomena, something ya yang terjadi. In this case, student emotional behavior. Jadi apapun perilaku siswa tergantung dari penilaian guru. Apakah dinilai mengancam atau dinilai netral atau dinilai positif. And teacher appraisal caused by teacher educational insights, wawasan, pengetahuan, and teacher emotional belief, keyakinan emosi. This is some variable that affects or for teacher action in the classroom. This is hasil risetnya. Oke. Langsung, what is issue on teacher learning online? We know in online interaction, we have some limits ya. Okay. The issue is how to detect students and teacher emotion. Saya nggak tahu. Kalau begini kan bisa lihat wajah Anda. Ini lagi sedih, ini lagi senang, ini lagi senyum. Ya. Walaupun pura-pura bahagia begitu ya. Nah, tapi bisa mengamati ya, Mbak Betty ini insya Allah lagi senang ya. Happy ya. Nah, kita tidak bisa dalam online ya. Kemudian, what is the model of teacher or lecture action that develops positive emotion and emotional behavior in student ya, in online learning. Bagaimana sih kalau kita online gitu ya, pembelajaran online nggak bosen, tapi semangat, bergairah, ya tetap gayeng apa ya, interaksinya tetap seperti dalam seperti podcastnya Dedi ya, Deddy Corbuzier itu ya. Tapi kan dia interaksinya tidak online ya, luring ya. Kita ngelihatnya online ya. Nah, gimana ini? Nah, Anda mungkin yang pacarannya LDR-an mungkin bisa dipakai sebagai model ya. Nah, sebagai model riset atau basic ya, basic riset Anda. Karena kalau sama pacar kan emosinya positif atau negatif. Kecuali pas tengkar ya. Positif kan? Umumnya positif ya. Iya, sehingga kan emotional tension dan emotional behaviornya kan cenderung approval ya. Konfirmasi apa afirmasi ya. Enak gitu ya. Nah. Silakan Anda kalau mau nyusun tesis atau disertasi tentang ini, nanti pembimbingnya bisa saya lapor ke Prof. Toten. Kalau Anda tertarik dengan isu ini ya. Tapi ini belum pernah diteliti ya. Mungkin atau jarang ya. Masih ya. Gimana ini ya. Nah, for future research, theoretically, we need to develop stronger theory. Ya. Kan kita belum punya teori itu. Ya, in learning, online learning itu. Topik-topik embracing emotional and behavioral aspect in online learning. Kemudian method ya, that more oriented towards teacher-students relationship, positive social emotional climate. Daring tapi nyaman, seneng, terus semuanya aktif, enhance ya. Gimana itu? Disuruh nyanyi-nyanyi tok gitu. Ya, ice breakingnya kayak apa sama dengan kalau seperti ini? Nah, kan perlu dipikirin ya. Kemudian treatment of emotional skill ya, for prospective teacher and lecturer and student in online. Bagaimana kita bisa melatih mereka tetap positif ya. Nah, gitu. Ya, karena kan kita tidak bisa melihat semuanya ya totalnya ya. Bajunya atas seragam, bawahnya pakai celana pendek juga nggak tahu ya. Ya. Kemudian positive emotion program in online learning kayak apa ya? Ini isu yang harus kita pikirin ya. Baik itu nanti dengan anak SD apalagi ya, SMP gitu ya. Kalau saya dengan mahasiswa umumnya sudah punya tanggung jawab ya. Itu pun saya lihat, mohon maaf off cam, izin kamar mandi ya. Setelah kamar mandi makan juga nggak tahu. Ya, atau tidur. Kalau saya juga off cam itu, saya tiduran dulu ya, pakai sarung tiduran di kamar. Ya, kan backgroundnya pakai virtual gitu ya, kan nggak kelihatan. Nah, ini bagaimana nanti? Belum dipikirin ya. Nah, coba diriset ya. Diriset. Bagaimana implementation of learning and emotion technology? Nah, ini teknologinya kayak apa yang in online learning can emotion knowing and understood. Knowing to bagaimana? Teacher knowing to emotional students behavior. Ayo gimana itu caranya secara online? Nah, mungkin perlu dikembangkan apa ya? 1-2 pertanyaan kayak di bank itu ya. Di bank Anda kan kalau mau masuk atau setelah dari bank kan ada berikan masukan pakai emojian itu ya. Nah, ya. Jadi mungkin Anda bagaimana perasaan Anda hari ini? Anak-anak suruh ngunggah itu ya, emoji. Nah, bisa misalkan ya. Kemudian lebih tinggi lagi to increase awareness of emotion. Their emotion, teacher emotion, and our emotion. Sekarang ini kita umumnya lagi apa? Lagi bosen, lagi boring, lagi exhaustion, atau lagi exciting. Nah, kalau di online kayak apa? Kalau saya ngajar, tahu ya, ngajar saya amati cereret, oh jam 12 belum makan siang, lemes, saya nggak ngajari materi, saya bawa makanan, ayo makan dulu, nah, itu kan bisa. Kalau online, gosen. Ya enggak bisa. Ya, gitu ya. Kemudian how appraisal of ya, bagaimana student teacher have positive appraisal apapun yang terjadi, karena hukumnya teorinya begitu negatif appraisal maka drive to emotion negatif emotion. Kalau Anda menilai negatif, maka yang muncul itu nggak senang, nggak suka, jengkel, apalagi yang negatif, ya, terancam. Tapi kalau kita menilai positif, namanya terkenal adalah positive thinking ya. Nah, kalau yang pertama tadi overthinking, bahasa. Jadi kalau guru dan siswa bisa increase high appraisalnya itu positif, maka nanti emosinya itu akan cenderung positif. Saya belum pernah menemukan seseorang yang menilai positif emosinya benci. Wah, nggak pernah. Atau sebaliknya, orang yang benci cenderung penilaiannya negatif ya. Pernah coba Anda cek dirimu sendiri atau temanmu lagi benci pada seseorang gitu ya. Nah, misalnya lagi pas putus kan you have experience broken heart ya. Ketika lagi diputus itu Anda cenderung muji atau maki pada pasangan Anda, mantan. Cenderung memaki ya? Ya itu. Karena apa? Di dalam appraisal kita waktu itu negatif appraisal atau low appraisal. Penilaiannya rendah. Sebaliknya kalau lagi berbunga-bunga. Ya, lagi jadian gitu. Gimana? Positif apa negatif? Appraisalnya positif. Anda cenderung memuji apa sebaliknya? Ya memuji ya. Apa-apa di komentari keren. Wah, cakep. Wih, hebat ya. Tapi setelah putus, beda. Ya, ini karena emotion ya. Emotion itu karena appraisal ya. Appraisal tadi. Appraisal itu cara memandang, cara menilai, cara melihat. Nah, kemudian bagaimana emotion proses melalui high rate of processing. Ya. Jadi diproses secara rasional, ya, tidak low rate. Kalau road itu spontan, kasar, tidak dipikir dulu. Gitu ya. Nah, ini bedanya anak-anak dengan orang dewasa, ya. Kalau anak-anak tidak dikasih permen, spontan nangis, betul ya? Nah, kalau mbak-mbak mahasiswa S2 S3 diputus, apa langsung spontan nangis? Iya, ya, enggak apa-apa, bagus. Ya. Tapi kan setelah itu mikir kan, ya terbatas nangis, enggak merusak baju kan. Kalau anak-anak bisa ya lebih lanjut ya. Nah itu. Kemudian ini logic proses atau prefrontal proses. Emotion kita lihat, kita nilai, kita proses secara logis sehingga keluarannya, perilaku emosionalnya itu adalah lebih berkualitas. Nah, kemudian we can find the new insight of the enemy. Biasanya sesuatu kalau sudah dianggap musuh, halal semuanya. Nah ini bagaimana emosi itu kita kenali ya, kita pahami bahwa dia bukan musuh, tapi beda pendapat. Ya, sehingga emosi kita tidak tersulut, ya, sumbu pendek. Nah akhirnya we can emotional insight, judgment and belief, ya, that reinforce positive emotion. This is issue. Nah, bagaimana mendeteksi ya archetype, ya, collective unconscious emotion. Sekarang misalnya di Palestina, kira-kira secara kolektif emosi yang ada pada mereka apa? Takut, khawatir, sedih, marah, ya, jengkel, gitu ya. Campur aduk ya. Nah, di sana lebih rentan tindakan yang kasar ya daripada di kita. Nah ini mampu nggak kita tangkap gitu ya. Kalau Anda nanti di parenting ya, belajar parenting, state of mother emotion itu mempengaruhi janin ternyata. Ya, ya, termasuk mempengaruhi anaknya, termasuk suaminya. Nah itu. Jadi namanya emotion radiation. Jadi emosi itu bisa menular tanpa kata-kata, tanpa kabel. Tapi berradiasi melalui udara. Jadi kalau Anda, ada yang sudah suami istri ya? Ada ya? Nah, ya, Mbak Betty ini kalau suaminya ada sesuatu yang emosional gitu, walaupun nggak ngomong atau ngomongnya pura-pura bahagia, tapi Mbak Betty akan terasa ya, nangkep ya. Nah, itu namanya emotion radiation. Nah, ini bagaimana bisa kita tangkap ya, sehingga bukan hanya saat sekarang, tapi kita bisa mendekati juga secara historical ya, bahkan secara filogenetik. Ya. Kita pernah dijajah sekian ratus tahun, emosinya apa? Ternyata minder. Kita ini punya kecenderungan untuk minder. Ya, kalau ditanya kayak kemarin, siapa mau bertanya, padahal S2 S3 ya, nggak ada yang berani bertanya. Nah, ini namanya mental enlander ya. It emotion arsetip yang berasal dari kita dijajah terlalu lama, dan metode parenting dari Belanda itu memang saya baca dari tulisannya Surya Mentaram itu dipermalukan, ditakut-takuti, diancam, kemudian dikasarin. Nah, itu termasuk ditakut-takutin dengan gendruwo, hak tahayul gitu ya. Anda ngalami kecilnya itu? Oh enggak ya, baik. Ngalami ya. Nah itu masih teringat. Saya dulu juga gitu jangan ikut, saya mau suntik. Nah, akhirnya takut sama dokter. Ya, karena suntik itu kan pakai jarum, sakit. Nah itu. Kemudian sintak, ya, sintak that can develop positive emotion. Nah, gimana? Sintak pembelajaran yang bisa positive emotion itu gimana? Kemudian formulation and development of teacher behavior to increase positive emotion. Walaupun tadi malam saya bertengkar sama istri, tapi ketika saya mau tampil sekarang gitu ya, saya pura-pura bahagia itu gimana? Ini high skill loh ya. Jangan dikira itu. Ya. Gimana Bu Rara kalau putrinya atau putranya lagi sakit tapi ngajarnya tetap enjoy. Menikmati ya. Nah, ya, kita punya namanya background emotion. Background emotion adalah emosi yang membackgroundi perilaku kita. Tadi pagi saya bertengkar gitu sama istri misalnya, ini kebawa emosi hasil pertengkaran kebawa ke kelas, kebawa saat presentasi. Nah, ini bagaimana kita bisa memformulasi ulang sehingga di sini saya tetap, nah, ini yang bisa ini adalah aktris ya, aktris pembawa berita itu TV One yang sudah terkenal itu jangan dikira mereka nggak punya high problem ya, problemnya mungkin lebih gede dari kita. Kemudian para politisi ya. Nah, guru, teacher, lecturer harus punya skill itu. Paham? Nah, ini masih isu di dalam online learning. Seperti apa ya kira-kira nanti ya? Kalau di sini kan saya bisa berdiri, saya bisa beraction, saya bisa buat komedi gitu ya, stand up komedi. Kalau di online gimana? Ya, akhirnya bagaimana kita cek, kita tes, kita diseminasikan. Itulah yang bisa saya sampaikan. Menarik. Ini barang yang penting dan betul-betul terjadi, tapi belum banyak diteliti. Kayak apa sih? Nah, kalau andaikan dosennya atau gurunya kaya, sudah tak kasih pulsa 50 ribuan, nah, kan senang gitu ya. Nah, seperti hasil penelitian saya, ibu-ibu itu kalau stres obatnya gampang. Dikasih merah-merah 10, diajak ke Matos, pasti gembira. Betul? Nah, bagaimana kalau itu pembelajaran? Ya, gaji kita habis. Nah, maksud saya kita harus mencari apa gitu ya yang bisa men-treatment emosional, positif emosional baik pada kita sebagai guru maupun pada siswa di dalam pembelajaran online yang memiliki keterbatasan tadi. Demikian, terima kasih. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for a wonderful talk, Professor Dr. Adi Atmoko, MSc MPD. Okay, please give applause again for Prof. Adi. Okay, well, we are now moving to the Q&A question. I will invite you in here and you from the Zoom meeting to ask to our speaker. Silakan, mungkin ada pertanyaan untuk pemateri kita. Topik yang sangat menarik ya, terkait dengan emotion. Nah, silakan. Oke.
Bangga bahasa Indonesia, boleh bertanya pakai bahasa
Ya.
Indonesia ya.
Dipersilahkan bertanya menggunakan bahasa Inggris maupun berbahasa Indonesia. Oke. Ini sepertinya yang di depan aura-aura ingin bertanya ini ya. Nah, oke, Prof. Ini ada titipan pertanyaan kepada Prof. Adi. Jika kita ini posisinya sebagai mahasiswa ini ya, Prof. ya, mahasiswa S2 dan juga S3, kira-kira untuk mengontrol emosi, untuk menstabilkan dalam perkuliahan ini bagaimana, Prof. Ini kira-kira? Karena moody tadi ya, ada rasa senang, kadang sedih, begitu apalagi putus pacar gitu ya, monggo.
Baik, ini tantangan kita ya. Saya juga pernah putus pacar ya. Oh ya, seminggu itu kacau balau ya. Bisa lebih ya, sebulan ya. Oh ya, sebulan. Ya, pertama memang kalau menurut temuan saya tadi mengontrol penilaian, appraisal tentang peristiwa itu ya. Ya, saya suka menggunakan bahasa agama, that's life ya, unconditioning positive regard ya, mengambil hikmahnya, kemudian pasti di balik ini ada sesuatu yang baik ya, kemudian ini apa yang sudah terjadi adalah takdir ilahi. Nah, kalau sudah terjadi itu namanya takdir, kita nggak bisa ngapa-ngapain kan sudah terjadi. Ya. Tapi kalau yang belum itu kita pakai plan, do, check ya, doa gitu ya. Begitu. Nah, jadi baru-baru ini saya kena tipu ya, banking saya kebobolan ya. Karena sudah terjadi. Ya saya kecewa sebentar gitu ya. Tapi karena saya Muslim, saya sholat, ya, berwudu, sholat, kemudian berdoa, istirja ya. Nah sudah setelah itu berikutnya diperbaiki lagi. Berdoa minta ganti yang lebih baik. Saya yakin yang kehilangan saya segitu, nanti saya dapat lebih baik dan lebih banyak. Nah, sehingga dulu saya putus pacar sama si namanya W ya. Inisialnya W. Nah, saya dapat yang lebih barokah. Ya. Nah, suatu saat pernah kontak lagi dengan yang lama itu, wah kondisinya ternyata mengenaskan ya. Ya, tapi saya sebagai orang yang pernah punya rasa, ya saya beri support. Ya. Nah itu, sehingga memang appraisal itu penting. Nah inilah maka penting saya tanyakan, saya sampaikan, bagaimana kita mampu mengimprove ya appraisal kita terhadap sesuatu semuanya menjadi positif. Nah ini kalau saya Muslim menggunakan bahasa agama lebih mudah gitu ya. Bisa jadi apa yang kamu anggap jelek itu baik ya menurut Allah dan baik bagimu di masa depan, kan ada itu ayat yang begitu ya. Nah ya begitu saya suka gitu, atau ada hikmahnya. Nah, ya gitu. Pasti tetap emosi ya, pasti negatif ya. Saya seminggu Pak. Tapi makin lama makin berangsur-angsur baik. Nah kemudian berlatih ya, berlatih terus berlatih. Nah teknik yang mudah dan efektif, monggo kita bisa latih, adalah tarik nafas dalam-dalam, kemudian keluarkan, tahan sebentar, keluarkan pelan-pelan. Itu adalah asupan oksigen ke otak kita menjadi lebih banyak. Dengan oksigen lebih banyak di otak, maka pembajakan emosi, emotional hijacking bisa kita kurangi. Coba, monggo, tarik. 1, 2, 3. Tahan sebentar, keluarkan pelan-pelan. Nah, itu terus-menerus. Kemudian supaya lebih rileks juga, ikuti dengan gerakan, ya, gerakan tangan. Kita narik ini, ya. Kemudian kita melepaskan. Begini. Kira-kira 5 kali gitu ya. Nah, kalau kita orang beragama, silakan ketika melepaskan itu ucapkan kalimat-kalimat thayyibah sesuai agama masing-masing ya. Ya. Kalau enggak kalimat positif ya. Misalnya gini. Saya kuat, sabar. Gitu ya. Kamu bukan satu-satunya makhluk di dunia. Atau gini. Dunia tidak sedaun kelor. Boleh. Ya, atau istighfar ya. Astagfirullahaladzim. La ilaha illallah. Atau apa terserah Anda. Yang positif. Itu akan menyampaikan pesan positif pada otak kita. Sehingga dia akan mengappraisal positif atas peristiwa itu. Ya. Nah, seperti yang hari Selasa lalu, lumayan itu kenanya. Pokoknya SPPS 3. Nyarinya banting tulang nggak karuan ya. Nah, tapi saya nggak marah-marah. Saya nggak merusak. Tapi sadar, kemudian berwudu, sholat, istirja, berdoa. Ya, tapi supaya kapok, nah itu yang nipu saya tak kasih ancaman. Sampai tak dongakno deblek uripmu. Ya, dibaca ternyata. Dibaca. Ya, urusan Tuhan. Nah, itu caranya. Tapi ini butuh latihan ya dan butuh kematangan. Ya. Sehingga bersyukurlah Anda kalau mempunyai problem. Misalkan menjumpai pembimbing yang sulit ditemui. Ya. Menjumpai dosen yang galak, killer. Itu tempat latihan. Ya. Jangan lari. Tapi mendekati sambil melatih tadi. Insya Allah lama-lama Anda akan matang. Ya, dulu ketika saya jadi kaprodi, ya persoalannya tidak seberat ketika saya jadi ketua jurusan. Tidak sekomplek ketika saya jadi wakil dekan 1. Tidak sekomplek sekarang jadi direktur. Ternyata itu latihan-latihan untuk mematangkan kepribadian Anda masing-masing. Baik sebagai guru maupun sebagai human. Demikian. Terima kasih.
Wonderful, luar biasa, Prof. Adi. Okay, in here, please give name and affiliation.
Baik, pertama-tama terima kasih kepada Bu Betty selaku moderator yang telah memberikan saya kesempatan untuk bertanya. Perkenalkan, nama saya Muhammad Iqbal, mahasiswa S3 Pendidikan Dasar. Ingin mengajukan pertanyaan terkait dengan psikologi dalam belajar begitu nggih kepada Bapak Prof. Adi. Pertanyaannya begini Bapak, jadi kita sebagai seorang pengajar begitu ya, kita sebagai dosen, sebelum mengajar itu seringkali suasana hati kita mudah berubah-ubah. Apakah itu cemas, ataukah itu gugup, ataukah itu marah, ataukah itu panik begitu nggih. Namun apabila kita sudah masuk ke dalam kelas, maka sebisa mungkin apabila kita berinteraksi dengan mahasiswa itu harus tersenyum begitu Bapak. Jadi kita ibaratnya sebagai menebarkan yang baik-baik begitu ya dengan cara mood yang baik gitu ya. Jadi kita tidak mengimagekan diri ada problem begitu. Nah, pertanyaan saya Bapak, Bapak Profesor, bagaimana cara mengelola manajemen emosi seorang pendidik begitu apabila di kelas kita menjumpai ada peserta didik yang pasif misalkan, atau peserta didik tadi ramai di dalam kelas, atau peserta didik tadi tidur atau tidak memperhatikan penjelasan dari dosen. Begitu Bapak pertanyaan saya. Terima kasih atas jawaban yang diberikan.
Terima kasih. Jawabannya adalah lama dan panjang. Ya berlatih Pak, memang kita harus berlatih ya Bapak. Terus itu lama-lama gitu. Memang yang saya sampaikan tadi high road ya. Kita mengelola emosi itu melalui proses kognisi tinggi. Ya, dicerna lagi, dilihat lagi, akhirnya ditemukan hakikat dan seterusnya. Jangan sampai spontan ya. Jangan sampai spontan. Walaupun teknik-teknik spontan harus dipelajari ya. Nah, contoh kita harus pinter-pinter framing dan mereframing ya. Jadi pada anak yang ramai di kelas tadi, kalau kita langsung tangkap apa adanya itu, maka spontan kita akan marah. Kita nilai, kita appraisal, dia tidak menghargai dosen, tidak menghargai guru, gitu kan ya. Nah, tapi kalau kita pikir-pikir lagi, nah, akhirnya kita ingin tahu lebih jauh. Jangan-jangan dia nggak seneng atau bosen sama cara saya ngajar. Kan jadi beda, ya. Atau jangan-jangan dia lagi dimarahi sama orang tuanya tadi pagi. Nah, terus menerus ini kita cari, akhirnya kita dapatkan informasi yang lengkap sehingga pengambilan keputusannya pun juga lebih manusiawi dan lebih tepat. Paling tidak kalau spontan harus kita lakukan adalah, Mas lagi ngapain? Nah, jadi omongan yang keluar walaupun di dalam hati kita mbedek gitu ya. Tapi kita bisa olah sedemikian rupa menjadi omongan yang positif. Ini memang betul latihannya. Kalau gampangnya memang Anda harus sering-sering istighfar gitu ya. Memaafkan. Ya, apapun yang terjadi kita maafkan, maka insya Allah kita akan mampu untuk itu. Termasuk ya kita sebagai manusia pasti punya problem kan ya. Nah, dan suasana hati kita pasti juga berubah-ubah ya. Emosi ya seperti itu. Nah, penting sekali suasana itu diperhatikan ya. Jadi memang suasana ini akan membawa atau mempengaruhi emosi kita ya. Apakah panas, apakah sejuk, apakah tegang, apakah ya termasuk berita-berita itu ya. Nah, sehingga positive thinking itu harus kita kembangkan. Karena positive thinking adalah appraisal yang positif terhadap apa yang terjadi. Dan itu butuh latihan-latihan, Mas. Pokoknya latihan terus. Gitu. Kalau perlu kita minta tolong seseorang gitu supaya godain kita gitu ya. Nah, setelah kita digodain kita mampu enggak sabar. Nah, demikian. Terima kasih.
Okay. Once more question on the Zoom meeting. Please to, I'm sorry. Okay, please to Mr. Amir. Can open your okay.
Baik, terima kasih atas kesempatan yang telah diberikan.
Mention your name and from affiliation.
Oke. Perkenalkan, nama saya Amir Rizky dari S2 Pendidikan Dasar. Jadi pertanyaan saya tadi ada di mana bentar, Pak. Pertanyaannya adalah bagaimana cara seorang guru menghasilkan skill untuk mengkonstruksi pengetahuan dari segi emosi. Terima kasih.
Saya ulangi lagi, Pak Amir, bagaimana cara mengkonstruksi ya Pak ya emosi di dalam kelas begitu?
Mengkonstruksi pengetahuan dari segi emosi. Kalau misalkan tadi yang dipaparkan dengan pelajaran yang secara online, secara daring gitu. Terima kasih.
Baik. Andaikan saya bilang di kelas ini ada bom yang 5 menit lagi akan meledak. Bagaimana emosi Anda? Panik dan seterusnya ya. Nah, jadi informasi itu harus kita kelola dengan baik ya. Karena informasi itu juga menentukan kadar emosi kita ya, termasuk pengetahuan kita tentang sesuatu. Kalau Anda nanti kan memilih dosbim ya. Nah, Anda kan sudah punya informasi tentang calon-calon dosbim itu ya. Pak X, the killer man. Nah, Pak Y, enak gitu ya, bahasa mahasiswa lah. Kalau disodori nama Pak X, Anda cenderung milih approach atau cenderung avoidant, menolak. Menolak ya. Kalau disodori nama Pak Y, padahal Anda sudah pernah ketemu dengan Pak X dan Pak Y? Belum toh? Kenal aja enggak. Tapi kenapa Anda sudah bereaksi positif dan negatif? Because information menimbulkan appraisal. Betul? Appraisal negatif menimbulkan emotion negatif. Positif appraisal menimbulkan positif emotion. Nah, ini penting sekali mengecek ulang Mas ya. Ngecek ulang, cek dan recheck. Istilahnya ini hoax apa tidak gitu ya. Nah, kemudian seperti itu. Nah, kalau untuk jangka panjang, misalnya ini mau jadi istri saya apa tidak? Nah, ya kalau saya istikharah Mbak, tidak cukup ya. Ya statistik saja tidak cukup gitu. Harus kabar dari Tuhan. Nah, ini cocok apa enggak gitu ya. Nah, karena yang kita cintai sekarang ya belum tentu 10 tahun lagi kita cintai. Buktinya ya putus pacar itu ya. Kalau stabil, emosi stabil, seneng terus kan enggak ada putus pacar ya. Pernah putus pacar? Ketawa. Pernah ya? Lah ya itu kan, apapun penyebabnya. Berarti kan ya enggak ajek kan ya. Emosi itu enggak ajek. Makanya ada state ya, ada mood ya, ada personality. Nah, kalau sudah menjadi personality inilah yang agak sulit ya. Misalnya pemarah, peramah. Nah, kalau ini kalau sudah menjadi personality ya, pemarah gitu, sulit untuk tidak marah-marah, memang menjadi karakter gitu ya. Nah, kalau penelitiannya Widianto itu religiositas ya, kadar keimanan atau ketaatan beragama kita itu mempengaruhi stabilitas emosi. Kalau Anda rajin ibadah, rajin ke gereja, rajin ke masjid, doa, sholat itu kalau Muslim ya, itu relatif stabil. Kemudian suka mendengarkan nasihat-nasihat agama ya, religi ya, apapun agamanya itu relatif stabil, tidak gampang fluktuatif emosinya itu ya. Nah, kalau anak-anak itu kan marah gitu ya, dikasih permen langsung ketawa-ketawa, only 5 minutes ya anak-anak. Nah, tapi kalau kita dewasa marah-marah terus 2 menit dikasih uang terus ketawa-ketawa ya kita ya diketawain orang. Berarti ini kita masih kanak-kanak. Demikian ya. Dan itu butuh latihan terus. Sabar ya, butuh latihan. Dan mari kita kuatkan karena apalagi zaman sekarang ini perilaku anak-anak kan makin kompleks ya. Dan bullying itu ternyata tidak hanya dilakukan oleh murid, tapi juga oleh guru. Nah, bullying oleh guru pasti saya berani katakan disebabkan oleh tension dan negative emotion. Guru saat itu state atau mood yang dipicu oleh situasi di kelas atau di sekolah saat itu yang berupa perilaku siswa tertentu. Sehingga ini langsung wood gitu ya. Namanya emotional hijacking. Pembajakan emosi sehingga peristiwa itu tidak dinilai secara kognitif dulu oleh guru tapi langsung spontan direaksi emosional oleh guru. Demikian. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Adi, and thank you for the question from audience. Okay, and then I have a quote before we finish this section. Quote in bahasa Indonesia. Jika kita mempunyai masalah ya, jadi kita pakai motonya Pegadaian, mengatasi masalah tanpa masalah, begitu ya. Kemudian jika kita punya masalah di rumah, sebelum masuk kelas, jadi Bapak Ibu guru ya, coba tirukan saya semuanya, sate. Nah, kalau ada masalah, sate, tarik kanan, tarik kiri, harus senyum ya. Kemudian siji. Nah, siji in bahasa Indonesia adalah satu ya. Jadi ketika masuk harus sate, tarik dulu. Meskipun di belakang ada gerundel-gerundel gitu ya. Ditaruh dulu gitu ya. Gitu ya Prof ya. Okay, and then I can write some conclusion to develop positive emotion on online learning step. The one is detection archetype of the society, which is the reference approval, and then development of online learning design or syntax to develop positive emotion in current condition, and third, formulation and development of teacher or lecturer behavior to increase positive emotion in online learning. And fourth, effectiveness testing, dissemination, and continuation revision. And ladies and gentlemen, the important thing conclusion is lakukanlah semuanya dengan dasar CINTA. Kalau kita melakukan semuanya dengan dasar cinta, kita akan memberikan positive emotion kepada orang di sekitar kita. Okay, finally, that is for my session. Thank you once again. Finally, because I am the last moderator, I will read a pantun for all of you in bahasa Indonesia. You can answer cakep. Bakso bakar enak sekali. Adanya di Kota Malang yang dingin ini. Konferen ini sangat menarik hati. Semoga kita berjumpa kembali. Okay, I think it's enough. Thank you very much for your attention. Maybe we will give a certificate to Prof. Adi, and then okay. Mohon berkenan untuk berdiri. Okay, thank you very much. I will hand over to Miss Shirley.
Okay, thank you so much. Please give a big hand for Professor Adi Atmoko and also Ibu Betty. Oke, Miss Rara mungkin bisa ke depan. Oke, sini dulu Miss Rara. Oke, sekarang jam berapa Miss Rara? Oke, 11:05 ya, it's already Friday. Nah, jadi harus siap-siap gitu ya. Baik, Bapak Ibu, so after this, we have a lunch break. You have to come back here 12:30, okay?
Bapak Ibu Miss Moderator mungkin mohon berkenan untuk menarik para peserta dari breakout room A, B, dan C untuk segera masuk ke main room ya.
Excuse me, to Miss Fadila.
Okay.
Maybe you can present in this main room. It's okay, ma'am.
Okay. Okay.
We're really sorry, ma'am.
Okay, don't mind. Okay, I will repeat again. Okay, the introduction about new student admission, the process of accepting a student into an educational institution, either formally or non-formally at the educational unit level. The process of accepting new student at special school is of course different from regular school, where each special school has its own requirements for accepting new students. With increasingly advanced technological development, there is a need for digitalization technology that can help teacher in the process of assessment for students with physical motor barriers. So the background about this assessment are carried out to determine learning programs and placement that will be adapted to the abilities of each student so that the learning process can run well. Assessment is a systematic and comprehensive assessment in exploring further information about children regarding the child's deficiencies, potential, and needs. Identification assessment results that are not properly inventory will of course make it difficult for teachers to determine the learning programs that will be provided. This is of course risky in preparing progress reports that are not appropriate to the student's condition. With current technological development, the assessment process can be carried using digitalization technology, which can make it easier and save time for teachers to carry out identification, assessment, and archive student data. Okay, let's talk about the objectivity. This research aims to produce digitalization technology for the assessment identification process, which can be carried out digitally using computers, tablets, smartphones, so that it will be save teacher time in the process of carrying out assessment identification for students with special needs with physical motor barriers. So the benefit about this research with digital-based assessment identification, teachers can more easily find assessment data about students to determine placement and learning program to be implemented in archives. Regarding assessment, identification data are stored safely. So we can talk about method. This type of research use mixed method research. The main premise is that the use of quantitative and qualitative approaches in a combination provides a better understanding of the research problem than either approach alone. Mixed method focus on collecting, analysis, and mixing quantitative or experimental and qualitative data in one research method. So this is the research. Table 1 shows the result of a comparison of a pretest and post-test scores regarding the understanding of the mechanism for process of accepting new student with special needs with physical motor barriers, which has experienced a significant increase. The second one result is the pretest result of 14 teachers. 93.3% were in the low category. One teacher, 6.7% was in the medium category, then increased to high, namely 13 special assistant teachers, 86.7% in the high category, and two teachers, 13.3% experienced and increased to the medium category. So the discussion about this research from data collected from quantitative data using a questionnaire regarding understanding the mechanism for accepting new students with special needs in inclusive schools. 15 special assistant teachers will be given pre-task question related to measuring initial understanding of the mechanism for accepting new student with special needs. After being given treatment regarding understanding or information regarding the ideal and appropriate service mechanism for accepting new student with special needs. After receiving appropriate and ideal treatment, the 15 teachers show significant improvement, which means that the material present and the media design can increase the understanding of special assistant teachers and the mechanism for accepting students with special needs with physical, motor, and barriers. To make it easier for a teacher, the process of identify or assessing children with special needs with motoric physical skills and application is needed that can make implementation easier for teachers. AMCA 2022 revealed that identification instruments can be packaged in the form of application and can be applied using devices aimed at increasing teachers' understanding of the producers for implementing the identification of children with special needs with physical, motor, and barriers. In implementing the acceptance of new students in the current digital era, the role of websites will be very helpful in designing educational and learning services that will be provided to children with special needs and physical motor barriers. The conclusion about this topic or this research about after being some treatment regarding understanding or information, the ideal and appropriate service mechanism for accepting new students with special needs, 15 teachers saw significant improvement, which means they can increase the understanding of special assistant teachers and the mechanism for accepting students with special needs with physical and motor barriers. Each special assistant teacher must be able to understand the concept of identify and assessing new students with physical motor barriers and be able to master the aspects or components for identify and assessing students with physical motor barriers. To make it teachers easier, the process of identifying and assessing children with special needs with motoric physical obstacles, an application is needed that can make implementation easier for teachers. In the current digital era, the role of websites will be very helpful in designing educational and learning services that will be provided to children with special needs and physical motor limitation. That's my presentation. I hope you guys understand what I'm talking about this Richard. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much to Ms. Fadila for your great presentation. So ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the Q&A session. Maybe we can accept one or two questions. For all of you, if you have any question, you may use the raise hand feature to talk to the presenters, or you can simply turn on your mic and talk to the presenter directly. Is there any question? So Ms. Fadila already present her paper entitled Improving the Quality of Admission Standards of Students with Motor Physical Barriers in Inclusion School through Digital-Based Identification and Movement Assessment Instruments in Malang.
Yes, I am.
Okay. Is there any question for the presenters or participants? Okay, I see there is no question. So thank you very much to Miss Fadila. Thank you, Miss.
Okay, you're welcome. Thank you to
Okay.
moderator too.
Okay, now, ladies and gentlemen, finally we come to the end of the last parallel session of Iclirbe 2023. Once again, we would like to thank our presenters for giving fruitful and insightful presentation, and we would also like to thank the audience for your active participation. Thank you very much for your attention. Good afternoon. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And to the presenters and the participants, please stay in the main room for the next agenda. Mohon maaf kepada Bapak Ibu, untuk informasi sertifikasi dan publikasi akan disampaikan secara menyusul melalui grup WhatsApp. Jadi dimohon untuk tidak keluar dari grup WhatsApp terlebih dahulu. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you for all the moderator, the presenter, the participants. I would like to say thank you for all of you again for your hard work and your participation. So our Iclirbe seminar for 2 days is run very well. And now we are on the end of our conference. Before we do the closing ceremony, I would like to tell you some important things. The first one about the certificate. So every presenter and participants who already fill out the link of attendance list from the Google Formulaire will get the certificate soon in our group. So please don't leave from the group WhatsApp. And the second one is about the publication. So for all the presenter who already present their article based on your choose on your publication link we already delivered to you yesterday, you will get an information, the latest information about the publication in the group WhatsApp. So please make sure that you don't leave the group yet. Okay. Okay, thank you. I will give the time back for Miss Ara to prepare the closing ceremony.
untuk berkarya, membawa angan dan wujudkan cita-cita bersama meski berbeda. Laskar Dewantara Muda, pemuda yang berkarya, mulailah dengan langkah pertama. Tersenyum berjuta rasa, wujudkan generasi muda bineka tunggal ika. Belajar berjuang, memajukan UM tercinta. Bangkitlah wahai pemuda, hidup mahasiswa Indonesia. Belajar berjuang, memajukan UM tercinta. Bangkitlah wahai pemuda, hidup mahasiswa Indonesia. Satukan tekad hati jiwa kita untuk Universitas Negeri Malang. Wujudkan generasi muda bineka tunggal ika. Belajar berjuang, memajukan UM tercinta. Bangkitlah wahai pemuda, hidup mahasiswa Indonesia. Belajar berjuang, memajukan UM tercinta. Bangkitlah wahai pemuda, hidup mahasiswa Indonesia. Berjuang, memajukan UM tercinta. Bangkitlah wahai pemuda, hidup mahasiswa Indonesia. Belajar berjuang, memajukan UM tercinta. Bangkitlah wahai pemuda, hidup mahasiswa Indonesia. Memajukan UM tercinta. Bangkitlah wahai pemuda, hidup mahasiswa Indonesia.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, presenters and participants, good afternoon and welcome to the closing ceremony of International Conference on Learning Innovation and Research in Basic Education, Iclirbe 2023, hosted by Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas Negeri Malang. We would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude for your presence here, both on site and in the Zoom room. It is indeed a great pleasure to see you all here. Now, let's have the closing remarks by the Vice Directors of Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas Negeri Malang. Professor Dr. Yusuf Hanafi SIG MPhil E, over to you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Graduate School Universitas Negeri Malang and the organizing committee allow me to deliver my short closing remark in this lovely international conference. This year, we host the first international conference on learning, innovation, and research in basic education. For almost 1 year, we have done our best to prepare for this conference very well, and today we are very happy to say that this conference is very successful. Congratulations! We do believe that you have learned a lot from the speaker, presenter, and participant in the sharing session. This event will not be possible without any collaboration and support from Director and Vice Rector, the Director and Vice Director of Graduate School, the Study Program Coordinator of Basic Education Graduate School Universitas Negeri Malang, the keynote speakers, the chairperson, and all committee members, all presenters and participants. Thank you so much for your support, participation, and contribution. We look forward to seeing you next year. والله الموفق إلى أقوم الطريق. ثم السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you so much, Professor Dr. Yusuf Hanafi SIG MPhil. Ladies and gentlemen, now let's enjoy the video highlight of the conference. you so much once again, Assistant Professor Dr. Ouyang Shu, Dr. Henry Praherdiono, MPD, Siti Salina Mustaqim, PhD, Dr. Jill Jesman, Professor Koh Yung Hun, Professor Dr. Adi Atmoko, MSc, MPD, and all the parallel presenters, for you have shared your knowledge and expertise. For the participants, thank you for the unwavering attentions during the conference. Thank you so much for the committee for your hard work. Thank you Universitas Negeri Malang for all the support. Let's have a big hand for all of us. See you in the Iclirbe 2024. Thank you and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Oke. Thank you Bapak Ibu semuanya.